want to say hello to everyone and welcome to the 2021 BKK Kids Virtual School Summit. I can't be happier to have you here. This is our first virtual school summit. It's pretty exciting to be here. First time that we're doing this, and we have a whole bunch of great stuff that we're going to be sharing today. It's 20 schools. It's some great information about Bangkok. It's so many cool things that we're going to be sharing today. And as I'm just going to wait here for about it's 8:04 where we're all sitting right now, and I'm going to just wait for people to start coming into the room and let the room fill up a little bit. People find the link and those kinds of things. But like I said, we're going to be talking about 20 different schools here. We're going to be giving away some really fantastic prizes for people who stick around and answer some trivia questions. We're going to be talking live with some of the schools here, right? And so that's pretty exciting stuff itself. We're going to actually have our friends from these schools on the page with us right here to be able to answer your questions right now. So I encourage you to come over to BKK Kids, or actually over to facebook.com/bkk.kids/live, and check out, what we've got going on. And I'm just going to I'm going to pull up so that I can actually see some of the comments that come in and those kinds of things, and just make sure that we are all on the same page here. Fantastic. Excellent. So, we're coming up to 8:05 here. As we roll in, I'm going to just sort of give an introduction here to what's going on and what we're going to be doing here, because we're going to get started with the first school at 8:10. So in about 5 minutes. So I'm just going to kick it off for everybody who's in the room right now. So first of all, like I said, we are here to talk about 20 schools, right? These are not the only 20 schools in Bangkok, but these are the 20 schools that we're going to be featuring today. Some of our favorites, some of our friends, some of them that are new to us, here at BKK Kids, but it's, all of them have something special to offer your kids out there. So if you're dialing in from Hong Kong, if you're from Singapore, if you are from New Zealand, if you are from, Tokyo, wherever you are, or if you're in Bangkok right now, this is going to be really valuable information for you. We're going to be giving virtual tours for each of the schools. So, this is going to be a short video clip. Sometimes it's 5 minutes, sometimes it's 10 or 15 minutes. And, they will give you a nice overview. For several of the schools that we're going to be doing, that we're going to be talking with here today as well, there's going to be a live Q&A. So, our first school that's going to be coming up here, Bangkok Patna School, I'm going to be speaking with Cheryl Rago here. She's the head of the Alumni Association there, and she's also head of development and marketing. So in about 10 minutes or so after we kind of go through the introduction to Patna, we're going to be talking with Cheryl and have a Q&A with her for any of the questions that you have right there. As a part of the conversation here over the next 4 or 5 hours as well, we're going to be talking about what does it mean to live in Bangkok, right? For those of us who live in Bangkok, we know what an exciting and dynamic and, amazing city Bangkok is, but then obviously Bangkok is just one portion of Thailand, right? So there's just so much to offer, and there's so many cool pieces about Thailand. There's the north, there's the islands, there's the south. We're going to get into it all. So that's going to be really cool as well. Coming up here, I'm going to get started here in 3 minutes. So we're not only going to talk about BKK Life, but here's the thing. If you stick around with me over the next several hours here, right? I think, we're going to go for about 4 hours here talking to these 20 schools. We have some cool stuff to give away. So the first thing is we're going to be giving away, a $50 gift card from Amazon to one of our participants. So that's one of our prizes. But we're also going to be giving away 8 tickets to the Vananava Water Jungle. So this is, I believe they come in pairs. So there's going to be 4 pairs of tickets that we're going to be giving away to Vananava as well. We're also going to be giving away a grand prize of a 1-night getaway to the Sofitel in Hua Hin, the Sofitel in Hua Hin. This is nothing, this is not a small prize. This is a pretty significant thing. And all you have to do is pay attention. Here's how you win, right? All you have to do is pay attention, listen for the 4 trivia questions that we're going to be asking over the next few hours here. There are 4 of them, and it's going to be super, super clear when I'm going to be asking those questions. You have to guess the correct answer to it. Obviously, that's the most important part. And then once you guess the correct answer to it, you're going to put all 4 of those answers into an email it to info@bkkkids.com before 11 p.m. Tonight, essentially, which is April 23rd. And then we're going to be announcing the winners, and we will be, we'll be doing the way that we run all of our giveaways at BKK Kids, right? We'll get, a whole host of people who are, will send us the right answers. And then what we'll do is we will put it into our random generator machine, and we'll actually pick out the random winners for those different prizes. And then we'll email you the answer. So, we're coming up right here on the, at 8:10 here, where we wanted to kick things off here with Bangkok Patana. But the last thing that I want to mention here is that, these are 20 schools, but there's more than 130 international schools in Bangkok. I didn't know, you can let that sink into your brain right now. If you are interested in Bangkok as a destination for your family, if you're interested in Bangkok as a destination for your work, and you're going to, how can my family fit in here? There is a choice for you, right? There is a choice that's going to fit, whether you want a British school, whether you want American curriculum, international baccalaureate, et cetera, et cetera. There are so many different ways to slice it. So many different high quality schools. You can find all of them in our International Schools Guide. The International Schools Guides can be, you can get it for free. We're lucky enough that we're able to give this guide away for free because of the sponsors, like these schools that you see that you're going to be privy to, having a conversation with this morning, because they're able to, they sponsor this guide. We give it away for free. All you have to do is go to bkkkids.com/ISG. And it's right there, a few clicks and you can download it. 100 some odd pages. Like I said, more than 130 schools with really, really detailed information, and more than that, right? More than that, simply the fact that, information on what does it mean to live in Bangkok, things that we're going to be discussing today, surviving with your kids, how do you get support, these kinds of things. So without further ado, we've got a lot of stuff to cover here. It's time to dive into the schools. And so I am just going to start, tee up as we go through the day. Let's get started. Pretty excited. So to get started, this is Bangkok Patana. Bangkok Patana School is Thailand's first and largest British international school for students from 2 to 18 years old. It is a not-for-profit school that has remained at the forefront of education in Thailand for over 60 years. And is today one of the most respected educational establishments in Southeast Asia. Bangkok Patana provides learning from the foundation stage right through the senior studies, and for over 2,200 students from around 65 countries. The school follows the English national curriculum up to year 11 and the International Baccalaureate in years 12 and 13. Bangkok Patana School is committed to ensuring that you as a parent have the confidence that your children are receiving the best intellectual, physical, and social preparation for their futures. They're based in the Bang Na district of Bangkok. And we're going to be having a Q&A here. But first, before we do that, I just want to spend this a few minutes here and show you a little bit about Bangkok Patana.
Hello and a very warm welcome to Bangkok Patana School, Thailand's original British international school. We are a large, friendly, and truly international community.
Friends, I just realized that I believe I did not share the audio correctly. I'm going to start that over again just so that we make sure that you can hear the audio that you need to hear here. Shazam. And I apologize for the little technical glitch there. That was me. I clicked on the wrong button, as we all are all familiar with. This happens here. All right, this should work now. And I will rewind the video to make sure that we hear the entire piece here.
Hello and a very warm welcome to Bangkok Patana School, Thailand's original British international school. We are a large, friendly, and truly international community with over 60 nationalities. Bangkok Patana offers students a unique breadth of opportunity, both within and outside the classroom, to ensure that each and every one of our learners reaches their full potential. Our primary students from nursery progressive British-based curriculum, which is adapted to engage, challenge, and excite them, whether they are learning atomic theory or exploring in our outdoor classroom. In secondary, students follow the British curriculum until year 11, when they take IGCSE exams and then move on to study the IB diploma programme. Students are supported by a strong pastoral system and a team of dedicated and inspiring teachers. A highlight for many of our students is our expansive extracurricular programme, with 500 activities running each week after school. These provide critical opportunities for students to follow their passions, establish friendships, and a highlight for many of our students is our expansive extracurricular programme, with 5 the heart of all we do. Our 50-acre campus is located in southeast Bangkok and is easily accessible by BTS or our school shuttle service. As our school buses are usually moving against the traffic, the journey to school from popular residential locations such as Asok and Krompong take only around half an hour. We have a wonderful community here at Bangkok Patana. Do contact us if you would like to find out more.
Fantastic. That was wonderful. I love that. Cheryl, I am so happy to welcome you to the stage with me here to talk about Bangkok Patana. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thanks. It's a great Saturday morning. A bit hot, but hey, I don't mind it. Lovely being in Bangkok.
Awesome. We just saw the video, obviously, that you prepared. I gave a little introduction to Patana. Give me, your 15 seconds. Why is Patana a great choice? Why should parents consider it?
Well, actually, I'm going to give you an example from my own kids, because I didn't work at Patna when I first arrived. We chose Bangkok Patna just like many of the other parents were going around and looking at schools. I came to Bangkok from Canada. We have 3 boys. My first son had learned, he was about 11 years old when he came, and he had learned to do just enough so that he would get by. So he was like a solid B student. He knew exactly what to do. My second son actually did really well in school, but would get all his work done within the first third of the class, and then spent the rest of the time sort of shooting things at people and being generally a real pain in class. And my third son was a little boy. He was just 5 years old. So What Patna did is that very quickly, my teachers, within sort of 2 weeks of being in school, my eldest son soon learned that he couldn't get by just with doing exactly what he wanted. The teachers honed in on him and said, right, Andrew, we need a little bit more. So that's not good enough. And for my second son, Jonathan, they quickly also figured out that, hey, this boy is getting it really quickly. We need to give him more. So for me, it was just that, personalized focus and feedback and saying, look, these boys are doing well, but they can do better. Or, and it's not really just about doing well about it. It's just trying to, get to know the child and really work to what or try to pull out from what works best for them.
I understand that absolutely. I have 3 kids, Nisties.
Oh,
So I admit we're not at Patna, but total same situation, right? Like, does the school bring them in? How do they nurture them? I know that one question, and it was interesting because I was watching the video, kind of looking at this. So many parents have, Bangkok has been, right now, obviously you're having some lockdown issues with COVID, but you've been open for so long, and you're going to be able to return to openness very quickly, just because of some of the actions that the Bangkok government has taken there. Talk to me about traffic. I know that the head of admissions there, or she had spoken about that you're against traffic, but talk to me about that situation. What's it like to get to Patna and come and go for the kids?
Well, we're really fortunate now as opposed to 10 years ago because we've got 2 BTS stations serving us, and we've got shuttle buses that run back and forth from those BTS stations. So that's Bang Nan Bering. You'll be surprised to know that the majority of our families do live in the upper Sukhumvit area. So, Asok, Prompong, that sort of area. And yeah, our buses are actually running against the traffic. So out in the morning, we've got families coming from Chidlom and Asok who are in school within about 20 to 25 minutes. So we say 30 minutes just to give and take on a day during traffic. And that is actually brilliant. So a lot of people say, oh, Bangkok Patna is so far away. And actually, it's not much further than any other schools in the area, simply because of the traffic. We can get in and out quite quickly. Look, Stephen, on a rainy day when the roads are flooded, anywhere you go in Bangkok, you're going to be stuck.
I was just going to say, I mean, I live, usually a 7.5 to 10 minute walk from, but on a nice rainy day, that changes, everything changes during the rain, but there you go.
And you've got to balance things. I mean, one of our biggest assets is our campus that is actually so green, and we've got an outdoor classroom that is on our campus. You don't have to walk. You can, our students go there for one period, and it's a closed canopy forest.
Oh, wow.
They study wildlife. I mean, it's incredible.
Really outdoor learning there.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get that in the city, and certainly during times of pollution, when Bangkok is dealing with pollution, just the fact that we have so many trees on campus, our pollution levels are much lower. So we're about 30% lower than the pollution that's on the road, which is incredible, really.
That's really cool. Those AQI reports are really important to many, to all of us, I mean, and it's something that we can all monitor as well. Listen, I want to remind all the parents that are out there that are listening right now, we can take your questions. If you go to facebook.com, BKK, bkk.kids/live, we do have comments out there. I'd like to ask a question about student teacher ratio. What's the student teacher ratio like at Patna? How big are classes? How does that differ from lower school to upper school? I'll leave it there for you.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, we have about 20 children per classroom, and in the lower schools, we also have TAs who help. And of course, there's far more teaching assistants in, for instance, the early years and foundation.
Well, we seem to have hit a snag with Cheryl here. I'm not sure where the connection problem is, but we'll continue on here. Again, just want to remind everyone while we're waiting for Cheryl to jump back in here, as we're all familiar with, online meetings like this, they can have their hiccups. Please feel free to put your comments in the Facebook chat with you. And there we are. We're back with Cheryl. Great. We no worries. These are the interwebs. These are the days of the interwebs. That's just how it works. So you were talking about teaching assistants and sort of
I don't know if you got the part where I was talking about the specialists. So we've got aside from teachers and the teaching assistants, we have specialists, not just. I mean, we have specialists for music and literacy and math, but specialists for development. So for instance, we've got a physical development specialist in the early years. And basically she looks at how the children are developing their gross and fine motor skills and makes sure that within the curriculum, there's programs to develop those. We've got a speech therapist a speech specialist who makes sure that, the communication and literacy is coming along well. And so those are really fabulous things. Along with our outdoor classroom, we've got specialists who know about, learning outdoors and learning biology outdoors and environmental aspects outdoors. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's those things that, sort of set us apart. Fantastic. Beyond just teachers and teaching assistants in the classroom.
All right, a question for you about curriculum and sort of how you teach. What other options other than IDP do you offer in your secondary school?
So in secondary school, the students until you're in year 10, 11, they do IGCSE. Mm-hmm. And currently they go in year 12 and 13. Most students follow the IBDP. So we have about, I would say 90% of students that follow the IBDP, and every year we've got 5 or 6 students that don't follow that. They follow an amended program that just gives them a high school leaving certificate. Now we have all those students that have done that, and those that have chosen to go into university have got into very good universities with that certificate as well. So, that's the other part. We don't offer an alternate program to IBDP per se that's internationally certified, but we have such a good reputation with universities around the world that our students don't seem to have a problem getting in if that's what they really want and they don't have the IBDP.
Super cool. What about, I don't know how to ask this question in the right way. What about international, right? So you're in Bangkok, there are plenty of Thai, national or, Thai citizens who would love to come to Patna. How do you maintain that mix? What's sort of the expat or what's the mix of, of nations that you have there at your school, those kinds of things?
Yeah, actually when we say we are the most international school in Bangkok, we mean that literally. So, and we, Stephen, one thing that's unclear when you're choosing an international school is how does the school define the nationality of the student? And we go by passport, as well as, we want to make sure that beyond the passport, we want to make sure that the parents also understand that if you say that your child was born in the US, for instance, and that you're English based, that the parents, can support that. So we have 20% of our students are Thai nationality and the rest are international. So basically, if you have an American passport and a Thai passport, we consider you as having Thai nationality.
Okay.
So I hope that gives you an idea.
It is. I'm always surprised that, when we start having these conversations, I probably have 10 more questions for you, but, our time comes to a close so quickly. I know that you're going to stick around for a little while. You'll be paying attention.
I will.
And some of your people will be paying attention to the chat on our Facebook Live page there. Anything that you want to close with, any really crucial points that you'd like to put out there for parents who are considering Patna?
Yeah, I think the main thing is, come and see the school. Actually, I have a tip for everyone who's looking at looking at international schools. And it was a tip that was given to me as we were moving around the world. And someone said to me, you know, Cheryl, you should try and go visit a school and make sure you incorporate a break time or lunchtime.
Oh, yeah.
Because at break time or lunchtime, what you can find is you can find the true nature of the children and the teachers, because everyone's a bit more relaxed. You know, in classroom, everyone knows how to behave. You go during break time and you can see whether the students in school mostly speak Thai, or they mostly speak English, or they're mostly speaking many different languages. You can see whether the teachers are really attentive, even, you know, when they're on a break duty. Are they watching and interacting with the kids, or are they just sort of hanging around looking at their phones? Anyhow, that's my tip. If you come to Patna, you will see, you know, I love walking around the school during break times. And
go ahead, sorry.
The kids, you know, often, actually, my funny story before I go is often I'm walking around with an alum, and I love the independence that the children show as they get older. And even when they're 4 or 5 years old, they come up to me, you know, who are you? What are you doing in my playground? Who is that person? You know, I love it, like to have that confidence. Anyhow, I'll leave with that.
Awesome, Cheryl. You know, a gem, man. That true words of wisdom there about, you know, taking the time to actually visit the school, take a break, you know, from the tour, and actually just sort of, you know, get the energy of the campus. You know, get the energy of the students. I really appreciate it.
Exactly.
Thank you for taking time out of your Saturday morning to speak with us. Any questions that you have for Cheryl about Patna, please put them in the chat there in the Facebook Live. But thank you so much, and we'll see you a little later.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen.
All right, folks, the next school that we're going to be talking about here, I'll bring up on the screen here, is the Bangkok International Preparatory and Secondary School. Excellent. Bangkok International Prep School and Secondary School is one of the leading international schools in Thailand. The school operates as one school with 2 campuses, a primary campus on Sukhumvit 53 and a secondary campus in Sukhumvit 77. The program of study is based on a national curriculum of England, demonstrating annually high quality education to students from nursery to year 13. The school offers a rigorous IGCSE program to year 10 and year 11 students as a precursor to the Cambridge approved A-levels available to study in year 12 and year 13. The school also offers the extended project qualification, the EPQ, which can support students' applications to the very best university education worldwide. And without further ado, let's check out Bangkok Prep, as we all like.
Bangkok Prep's vision statement is to be an outstanding learning community which is internationally minded and inspiring all members to achieve their potential.
Bangkok Prep is the best school in Bangkok. I know it is, and I know it is because I feel that it is, and listening to the children and the staff, the way they talk about it, I wouldn't want to work anywhere else. The feeling when you walk in to the campus on a daily basis, every time I walk in, you can just feel that it's a vibrant, buzzing primary school. The buzz around the place is what makes Bangkok Prep quite unique, and especially the community feel we have at Prep is second to none. I've not had a community experience like this before in all the years I've been teaching.
We are an independent school, and every year our results and the quality of education we offer gets better and better.
I see my job at the secondary school making sure that every single person here has the ability and the potential to achieve their own potential. But it also means working with our talented teachers from all around the world to make sure that they are able to bring their talents and to use those to guide the students through their pathway from secondary all the way up to university application. The other thing that we also absolutely focus on is ensuring that whatever your potential might be, sports, creative arts, academically, leadership, service-based, that you have the chance to reach that potential.
So as a school, we recognise that developing the child as a whole beyond the national curriculum is vital to a child's education. Each week we have 136 ECAs available for our children to access.
The thing that makes us an outstanding learner community is our commitment to developing all members of our community. And we do this through our curriculum, training sessions, staff and workshop for parents, making sure that everyone who's part of the Bangkok Prep community develops and grows with us.
Well, our curriculum has all the rigour of the national curriculum for England. We also adapt it for the context we're in so that it serves the needs of our community. For us, it's about putting young people out into the world who are going to do things to change the world for the better. So to us, what students learn on a human level is just as important as how they do in their exams. We've got a huge range of subjects. When we plan the curriculum, the key word for us is pathway. It's about putting students on the right pathway for them.
The quality of our teaching staff, they're incredibly committed and incredibly hardworking, and they really do every day go the extra mile to make sure that our students have the best possible opportunities. It's really uplifting as a member of staff to see yourself every day working with really dedicated colleagues.
There are really exciting times here at Bangkok Prep at the moment with our outstanding world-class facilities, our expansion of our staff who are specialising throughout our vast range of sports. We're very lucky to have strength and conditioning coaches and a wraparound care that ensure that all our athletes reach their potential.
And even with two very big campuses, I would say that the Bangkok Prep community is very close.
I'll be able to work with people in different culture, people in varieties of age group.
There are a lot of roles in this school, such as eco-team, which makes the school be more eco-friendly and also to help the school reuse and recycle more.
We are one of the first schools in Thailand to get the eco flag, and we're all very proud of it.
What is really unique about Bangkok Prep is the sense of ambitions across all community members, from students, staff, and even our supportive parents. And I think that Bangkok Prep has provided me with the correct guidelines of where I want to do in my future.
Because their unconditional support and love for their students is truly unique at Bangkok Prep to make sure everyone excels and propels into the future.
Okay, super fantastic. I am lucky enough to have in the room. How does it feel, Tia Court Smith and Lori? I'm sorry, I'm gonna destroy your family name here.
That's okay.
Charusorn. How close did I get?
Charusorn, and my husband is Thai, so that's
Charusorn. Okay, that's fantastic. No worries at all. How's it feel, Tia, to see yourself in that video there? Isn't it great to see yourself on the live screen?
Morning, Stephen. Well, I have to say, I don't love watching myself, but I was smiling away because right now, like all schools in Bangkok, we're online learning. So to see the children on campus, to be able to watch, our students and listen to them talk about the school, that always fills me with happiness. Absolutely.
Fantastic. Lori, let me give the sort of the stage to you here as the first piece. Give us, we saw the video, we kind of had the introductory piece as well. What's your 15 seconds on why Bangkok Prep?
It's got it all. I have to say, from a personal perspective, my daughter's going to be starting nursery in this August, and I am beyond excited. It's one thing to go to a school as an employee, but another to look at a school as a parent, and just to know that your daughter or son is going to be in the best hands possible with teachers who have nothing but the best in mind for all the students is just really, really heartwarming. We have a large focus on sustainability as well. It's one of the biggest parts of our school is that there is a huge focus on looking after the world that we're in our community as well. And it's just a beautiful community between the primary and the secondary campus. All the kids are happy to be there. The teachers are happy to be there. And it just bleeds out whenever you come visit the school and you see the kids. Usually, giant smiles on their faces, and it's a pleasant place to be.
Is that what the eco flag was all about in the video there?
Yes, so we were the first school in Thailand to get the green flag, and we've actually just gotten it again for the second year in a row. And basically, it's a recognition for doing a lot of things that are kind of related to sustainability, to recycling. We partner with a lot of different, organizations like Trash Lucky to encourage recycling within the school, as well as really teach about reducing single-use plastics. It just kind of goes into everything that we do. Plus, we're developing a new forest campus soon. So it's kind of who we are as a school.
Fantastic. Tia, I want to turn it over to you. Talk to me about ECAs in sports. How critical is this, and what does it look like? We saw a lot of it in the video there. Let me leave it there for you. ECAs in sports. What does it look like at Bangkok Prep?
How long have we got? Stephen,
we have exactly 7 minutes. I'm sorry. That's all you
okay.
get.
I'll keep it brief. I mean, it's really, really important. We talked about in the video, you'd have seen that for us, it's not just those fantastic exam results. We want well-rounded human beings. We want people to try things, love things, find their passion, find their pathway and follow that. And that comes from opportunity. So we provide as many opportunities as we can, and we're really focusing on developing something called the super curriculum at Bangkok Prep at the moment. So this might link into what you call extracurricular, but actually it could be things that are way beyond the normal GCSE or A-level at secondary school that help them get to university, that help them be prepared when they arrive there. We had just most recently an absolutely wonderful AR, augmented reality workshop, and our students sat and were looking at kind of cutting edge technology. I mean, what we do is phenomenal. And the uptake is absolutely fantastic.
Oh, wow. I'm not going to tell my 12-and-a-half-year-old about that because he will, throttle me, but that sounds fantastic. Talk to me about the two campuses. We have a question in the chat here about, is the campus that's on Lower Sukhumvit, a little lower down Sukhumvit, is that still operational? Is that still happening? And what's the difference with the campus that's kind of further up the road?
Yeah, of course. So when I joined the school, I've been with Bangkok Prep for 7 years now. I came and started at our Tonglaw campus at 53, and it was the primary and secondary school together. And it was a fantastic, amazing community school. We've kept lots of those things, but we've grown. So we've had a custom-built, purpose-built, world-class facility. My background shows you a little snapshot of that behind me. And that's over at the On Nut area of the BTS. So both campuses are right on the BTS. It's at the BTS On Nut. And at the moment, we are really, really excited that we're going to bring those brothers and sisters physically, geographically closer together again. So we are waiting to break ground, but we have got some really great plans to break ground on a new primary campus next to the secondary school campus at On Nut. And as I said, that's going to cater for our community there. It's a wonderful green leafy area called the Habito area. And we've got lots of families that want to come and join us there. It's also going to make sure that brothers and sisters aren't needing to make a very short trip between the two campuses. But as I said, we're going to break ground soon. So it's going to be a little while before we're open and we're able to welcome everybody to the primary campus at On Nut as well.
I love it. I love to hear that things are still growing and developing. Lori, if I'm, a family who's listening to this right now, what do admissions look like? Is it an arduous process? Is it a weeks-long process? What do I have to do to bring my kids over to Bangkok Prep?
Step one, just let us know that you're interested, and then pretty much from there we would love to show you around the campus. And so it's step one is come visit us and actually see for yourself, what is the school like, what are the students like, what are the teachers like, what is the curriculum like. And then after you've had a chance to visit the school, the admissions process, it's filling out an application form, and then depending on which year group you're trying to get into, then you would basically have in the primary school, we call them a welcome session, where you spend time in the classroom before, and it's a great experience for students as well. I kind of say it's a way for the students to test us too. What is it like to come to Bangkok Prep? Make sure that, the teacher was really nice, I made a friend, and it just helps that first day of school go so much smoother if they've actually had a chance to experience the school itself. In secondary, it's a little bit different. We've got to do some tests to make sure that, the classes that they want to get into are the right classes for them. So it's pretty much tailored to the different year groups that you want to get into, but by no means is it too arduous. We make the process as simple as we can. And we definitely welcome anybody to come in. If you're interested, the first step, though, is just to come visit the campus and see for yourself. what you think, and then we'll help you we'll hold your hand the rest of the way to make sure that everything is smooth.
Fantastic. Tia, coming question for you right now. Specifically, someone's asking about, I'm unfamiliar with this myself. What is BTEC? And how does that play out in secondary?
Yeah, fantastic. Laurie was just talking about, finding the right way for students to come and join our secondary campus. So we've got a really broad curriculum. We do offer GCSE, IGCSE, AS, A-level, IA level, the normal sort of national curriculum, UK curriculum pathways. But we have also included now something called BTEC, which is the Business Technology Education Council. And these are courses that are the same equivalent of A-level, so they're university preparatory courses. They are very challenging, they're really robust, they're really exciting, but the difference compared to an A-level, which most people are a bit more familiar with, is that the students are really focusing on those career-ready skills as well. So there's a lot of real-life examples and cases of a lot of projects that they do. They may need to learn to present, negotiate, and let's face it, we negotiate all the time in life, just crossing the road. What the skills that you need to be a really well-functioning person in real life now. Independent research, they do report writing, they might have to create events, there's all sorts of things. And the assessment is continual, so it's all the way through the 2 years of this course. And they are a brilliant pathway that complement our A-levels. So most of the students doing them at the moment also do A-levels, and they have a BTEC in that. And we do travel and tourism, which is a wonderful course. We also do sport at school at the moment, and we do a business course. The kids love it. I'd say check out on YouTube. If you just look at BKK Prep or Bangkok Prep and type in BTEC, you'll find out a lot more in 3 minutes.
I love it. I am, again, as I just said a few minutes ago to Cheryl, this time goes by so fast here. We've only got 15 minutes with each school and like this, but I want to take us out with just a reminder, everybody that you're actually offering a no assessment fee special promotion here for anyone who is interested in coming and going through the admissions process and whatnot. Cheryl, last 15 seconds here, anything that you are, sorry, Lori, anything that Cheryl in the head looked at Lori and completely screwed it up. Lori, last 15 seconds, anything that you want to, sort of leave us with about Bangkok Prep?
Basically, you can't go wrong. Come visit the school. The community is wonderful. The academics is world class. There are so many different things to get involved. There's really literally something for everyone. The facilities are world class. You just kind of have seeing is believing. Come check us out and we'd be happy to show you around.
Thank you so much. Tia and Lori from Bangkok Prep, really appreciate your time on this Saturday morning. I wish you a wonderful day.
Thank you, Stephen. Have a great day, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, moving on to our next school, we're going to talk about International School Bangkok. Everybody knows this is ISB. This was the first international school to open in Thailand. They have an international student body and cater to children in grades pre-K to grade 12, so 3 to 18 years old. ISB runs an accredited and challenging international curriculum guided by leading educational research and global best practice incorporated into North American, which is the United States, and international baccalaureate diploma frameworks. ISB prepares students to become leaders in meeting the ever-changing needs of the world and equip them with the knowledge and skills to become caring global citizens. The ISB vision is to enrich communities through the intellectual, humanitarian, and creative thoughts and actions of learners. They're driven by the core values, their mission, and their definition of learning, basically. One of the key things about ISB, it's based in Nonthaburi province, which is just a little bit outside Bangkok. But before we welcome David Grupp on the stage here, I want to play the ISB video for you.
Welcome to International School Bangkok.
Or as we like to call it, ISB.
Welcome.
Our school was founded in 1951.
It is the oldest international school in Thailand and one of the best international schools in the world.
This is because learning is at the heart of our school, and everything is done to improve our learning, to challenge and support us, and to ignite our passions.
ISB is located inside a beautiful international community just outside the heart of the city.
The housing in the community is fantastic.
There are executive-style homes, townhouses, high-rise apartments with lake views, and more. You'll want to stay here forever.
The majority of ISB families live in the community that surrounds our campus, which makes it possible for us to walk or ride our bikes to school.
For those of us that live downtown, we use the school's bus service, which gives kids all around Bangkok the chance to ride to and from ISB comfortably and safely.
ISB's 37-acre campus is amazing.
That's 15 hectares.
That's 150,000 square meters.
It's a very big campus.
Brave? Ha ha! If she were here, I'd grab her by the throat and teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget!
Our performing arts, athletics, and academic facilities are among the very best in Asia.
One of our favorite facilities is our Cultural Center, which is a cutting-edge, energy-efficient 5-story building, which houses a 280-seat theater, dance rooms, band rooms, choral rooms, and more.
In fact, the Culture Center is the first building in Thailand to have earned the LEED Gold certificate awarded by the U.S. Green Building Council.
We also have a 700-seat theater, 2 swimming pools, indoor and outdoor gymnasiums, a great fitness center, tennis courts, 2 awesome libraries, and an all-weather track that is the absolute best in the country.
I have been to a lot of international schools, and I have to say that the investment that ISB has made in technology and resources is totally amazing.
ISB values well-rounded students, from academics to sports to performing arts. ISB has got you covered.
What did we observe happening? What else was there that's not shown in that reaction? There was a gas, for sure, right?
ISB offers the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program, which is an advanced college preparation program that is recognized all around the world.
Year after year, our IB Diploma students receive passes that are way above the world's average.
Students who earn the IB Diploma have a wide range of options for university admissions in the US, Europe, the UK, and Australia. Just about anywhere, really.
And every year, ISB students end up going to the best colleges and universities in the world.
Today, thousands of ISB alumni are contributing to a better world in all corners of the globe.
ISB's teachers are amazing. They truly care about us.
And if you had a nice breakfast, we had breakfast today. We've been waiting for you. We've been waiting for you to come to this place. Waiting for you to come to this place. Wherever you're from, we're glad that you've come. We've been waiting for you to come to this place.
They inspire us to achieve our academic potential and be the very best that we can be.
We are very passionate about learning and are constantly increasing our understanding about how we learn best.
We are always reflecting, thinking about what we are doing, why we are doing it, and how we can improve.
Learning at ISB takes on many forms and includes the importance of each and every one of us becoming caring global citizens.
One of the ways in which we accomplish this is by taking part in the many service learning opportunities that we have in the Thai community and the wider world.
Whether it be helping disabled children, or caring for children at local orphanages, or building homes with Habitat for Humanity, we have countless opportunities to develop and grow as caring members of a global society.
Our school also offers many fun clubs and after-school activities, from gymnastics to taekwondo to ballet. ISB truly has something for everyone.
And the fun doesn't stop on the weekends. ISB is a place for all sorts of community-based activities, such as Cub Scouts, Girl Scouts, baseball, basketball, soccer, tennis, swimming, and more.
At ISB, we are all about being healthy and active.
ISB not only provides opportunities for students, but also for our parents. Whether it be volunteering in the classroom or helping sell cool ISB gear at the Booster Hut, or coaching a community sports team, ISB provides a great experience for the whole family.
We enjoy going to ISB and experiencing all that it has to offer, from the lasting friendships that we make to the activities we do. It's like being part of a big family.
We work together, we play together, and we have fun together.
I feel like I am part of a community here at ISB because everyone is involved and everyone is helping each other out.
My friends, my teachers, ISB is more than a school. It is an experience that will be with me forever.
We are part of a community. We're part of a family. We are part of ISB.
Absolutely fantastic. David, do I have you with me?
Yes, I am here.
And you know, I think that I before I destroy your family name as well, can you just tell us what's your full name?
It's Greppel.
Greppel.
I'm not sure where it's from. I'm originally from the Czech Republic. I heard it's Austrian, but I could be wrong. There's about 4 David Greppels on Facebook in total, so I'm not surprised you haven't heard it before.
It's all right. Hey, Laddick, you know, everybody screws that one up too. But no, thank you for joining us on your Saturday morning here.
No, of course.
As I've done with our other speakers, why don't we start out with, you know, why don't you give us, you know, we saw the fantastic video, you know, it puts it out there. It's well curated, but you're on campus every day. what's your 15 seconds about why ISB?
It's at the very core of the school. It is the community and what it sort of does for everyone as part of it. So I would say that what the kids get out of it, it's not just the learning, it's the whole experience. And the part of the experience is how they can contribute to the community around them. And once they graduate as well, how they continue with that. And I think the very heart of it all is that we give kids the opportunity and also, give and try and find the passion within them to be the very best they can be. Walking around the school itself, I can see kids smiling and really following their true interests and passions. And that's what I think is the greatest thing you can give to a child, is this sort of passion or interest in something that they can follow once they finish school. And that's what I think we do here at the school.
Super cool.
Very well.
Yeah, you just kind of I want to follow on to what you were talking about there about being able to find a place where you're supported and whatnot. Talk to me about your learner support program, about how you support or maybe how you support maybe somebody who's struggling through class or those kinds of things. What kind of safety net mechanisms, support groups, etc. does ISB offer?
Right. So, of course, every learner is different, and there can be kids who, excel at certain subjects, and there can be kids who might need a little bit of support in certain subjects. Now we have quite an yeah. I am happy to admit I should have received something as a kid as well. But in terms of like learning support at ISB, it's quite an extensive program. It does start from early on and it does continue all the way through high school. And of course, there's different tiers to learning support. There's the support in the classroom to everyone. So that's what the teacher is for, of course. There's sort of the first sort of line. And then we do have learning support teachers who come into the classroom to help the students in the class. So we very rarely take a student out of a learning environment to receive the support. We try to keep them in the classroom as much as possible. And only for the kids who are in our intensive needs program would we take them out for some things. Everyone else stays in the classroom and receives support in the class itself. And so what that means for elementary school, for example, is that there's 2 teachers for every class, and an additional adult will come into the room to help the one or a few students who receive that support there. And same goes for middle school, and the same goes for high school. Now, of course, as kids get older, the level of support changes, right? But that would be I could talk about this for a whole hour.
Well, yeah. So let me flip the script on that then. High achievers, AP programs, being able to say, hey, look, we need to advance you, or maybe we need to not single you up, but we need to lift you up because you need to be challenged in a different way because you're excelling. What kind of opportunities are there?
All right, so you very well, flip it. Absolutely, for sure. So in the elementary school and middle school as well, what we try to do is to not take kids out of their learning environment as well. So what would happen is if let's say there's a student in grade 4 who is very strong in reading or math, we would, at first and foremost, we expect them to complete the work that everyone else is doing in the classroom. And then if they surpass that, we would provide them extra things in the classroom to work on, right? From grade 2 to 5, we actually have 2 types of classrooms. We have a standard classroom, and there's a team talk classroom where it's actually 2 groups of classes in one larger space. Of course, there's 4 adults in there, and the larger space allows for us to group kids who are similar in skill sets for certain things. And so kids, let's say there's, out of those 38 kids or so, there's maybe 5 who are very good in math. So we can put those kids together, and a teacher would work with them individually to challenge them in that moment there. Once it comes to middle school, we do offer an extended maths course for kids in middle school who are excelling in math. What we're trying to do is to bring that back and to challenge those kids in the classroom itself, because we want kids to stay with their peers and be part of the same group. And we know that we can do that because we do it in the elementary school. So middle school is looking at incorporating that as well into next year. So that's how we do it. And as the kids sort of get older, of course, and later in middle school and high school, kids can choose, the sort of, let's say, the intensity of a particular subject in the high school. And so that sort of organizes itself in a way, right? Because like I said before, there might be a kid who's really into physics and math, but not so much into languages. So they could take a standard level language, but choose a higher level course for physics and math as an example.
Super cool.
It depends on what the kids sort of want to do at that stage, because by then they sort of know what they're into and what their strengths are.
Awesome. Well, then talk to me about, I don't want to use the term diversity or international. It's hard to ask this question. Many people who don't know Bangkok, don't know the area, we're talking about Nothenbury here. And even in the video there, we talked about this is a community. We've also heard, is it still international, or is it, very, since you're US, you're North American, do you sort of skew to a certain nationality? What's the kind of the diversity and internationalism look like at ISB?
Yeah, it's definitely, I would say it's definitely one of the more, it's one of the most diverse communities in Bangkok, I would say. You will find a little bit of everything here in Nichidatani, where ISB is located, and within the school as well. If I sort of give you a quick breakdown, just over half of the kids are from Thailand or the US. Then we go on to Korean and Japanese students, which are about 7% each. And then about 5 countries have between 2 and 4%. And that includes like Canada, UK, Australia, New Zealand. And then about, I would say 18% of the community is made up of 45 other nationalities. So it's a very diverse place to come. In the classroom, you will have kids there's a kid from Sweden, South Africa, Japan, and then maybe Chile. That's sort of what you're looking at. Within Nichidatani, though, where the school is located, I have a dog. I walk her around the lake that we have here twice a day. And it's just, it's wonderful just to sort of meet other people from various corners of the world. And that's what you sort of get at the school. And one of the things that we really value at the school is cultural diversity. And that, because in itself, that is an incredible learning experience for the students to meet kids who have a different background, even for parents to meet people from different parts of the world. I myself, I grew up internationally. So I'm one of the kids that went to ISB. I didn't go to ISB, but I'm just like a kid like that. And for me, I can walk into any room and feel comfortable because I can adapt to it. And that's what you get when you go to schools like this, and especially a school like ISB. And here in Nichida, it's just an extension of it, really.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So as I've said to the other 2 speakers that we've had on the stage with us today, time goes by so quickly when you only have 15 minutes here.
For sure.
But let me give you the last word. What's the, you've already made the case for ISB, but is there any other special piece that you'd like to pull out, or any other, kernel of knowledge that you'd like to put on the table for everybody listening right now?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I would say first and foremost, visit our website, get to know us a little bit more. Usually when parents come to visit us or have a Zoom call with us, which we do these days, they can go up to an hour and a half or 2 because there's just so much to learn about the school. But I would say that if you're looking for, a place where that will feel like home, if you're looking for a place that will make feeling like home very easy for you in the future, it would be ISB. In terms of, I would say, what I like to say, especially when I meet students, is that when at ISB, the vast opportunities that you have here in terms of sports, arts, STEM, you can follow those passions, in the classroom during the school day, or you can do them after school as well. And there's different degrees to what you can do. And so it's a great place to come and essentially discover who you are that way. Because, kids who are leaving ISB, they have an excellent idea of what they love and what they're passionate about by the time they're leaving. And some as well also know what they maybe don't enjoy by the end of it as well, which is also, I think, a useful thing to have when you're going into college.
Kind of like knowing what, learning to know what you don't know. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's the good thing is, I think, as well, is that because we have an international curriculum, kids coming to us from, whether you come to us from, Estonia, from Japan, if you come to, or Australia, whichever it is, there'll be something here that you will find that's common to you, and the other way around. If you happen to leave ISB, wherever you'll go next, you will be able to adapt there, quite quickly as well, because it is an international curriculum. So just from the academic point of view, that makes things a little easier. And of course, the experience of being in a multicultural environment makes any next journey much simpler and much more comfortable for everyone.
Super cool. David Greppel, you are the admissions representative for International School Bangkok, Thailand, ISB, known to everybody there locally. Thank you so much for your time on this Saturday.
My pleasure.
Wish you all the best. And please, I want to remind everybody that if you would like to, continue the conversation with David, with Cheryl, with Lori, with Tia, with whomever else is going to be on the stage with us going on, please go over to BKK Kids, facebook.com/bkk.kids/live. That's where we're at today. That you can ask any question that you want in the chat there, and we'll take it from there. Thanks, David.
Thank you very much. Have a good day, everyone.
Next up, I want to introduce you to King's College International School Bangkok, one of the new schools in Bangkok. King's College International School Bangkok is a King's College School Wimbledon International School. They opened the doors to students in September 2020 with a student-centered and value-led curriculum for both boys and girls. King's College School Wimbledon is one of the most academically successful schools in the world. Around 25% of all sixth form students go on to attend Oxford or Cambridge each year, and 90% of students attend their first choice universities. They have genuine input from King's College School Wimbledon to ensure they can mirror the successes of one of the UK's best schools. They are situated in the prestigious Ratchada Rama 3 area of Bangkok, with easy access to the financial district and the city center. They have world-class purpose-built facilities to support students learning from the age of 2 to 18, and at capacity, the school will cater to 1,500 students. Their curriculum is adapted from King's College School Wimbledon and the UK national curriculum, starting with the early years foundation stage and leading to the IGCSEs and the A-levels. Without further ado, let me introduce to you King's College.
Hi and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us for this live event. We're very, very proud to welcome you to King's College International School, Bangkok. So if I can start by telling you a little bit about King's Bangkok. We're very lucky to have a huge amount of support from King's College School Wimbledon. I was lucky enough to work there for 5 years before I got the chance to start our first international school in Hangzhou. And now King's Bangkok is built on that noble parentage of one of the world's most academically successful schools. We focus very much on a simple concept, which is purely the happiness of children, because we believe that a happy child can do so much more with their time. And instead of having a boring school where you come to school and you do the same things, you learn things and you recite them, King's is much more about coming to school and being excited, being inspired, being extended, going beyond what you know now and working in different ways. But what our children experience here is something beyond pure knowledge. They get skills that will set themselves up to be happy and successful once they leave us. We're very proud that around 90% of the children at King's Wimbledon go on to get their first choice universities, which means that we're guiding them to the right place to be happy after they leave us. And then we're giving them all that they need to be able to apply and get to these fantastic places of education. Education at King's Wimbledon or King's College International School Bangkok are built upon the same three pillars. We talk about academic excellence, we talk about pastoral care, and we talk about our co-curricular program. Now, many schools will talk about these three things. And when you read about them, you should be reading between the lines. Sometimes they talk about these three things, but one is more important than the other. At King's, they're equally important. And actually the strength comes from not having them separately like pillars, but instead picture them like pieces of weaving paper. And actually the strength, when you weave these together and treat each one as equally important, you get something really special. So what are these three? We talk about academic excellence, and that's easy to understand, but sometimes misunderstood. Academic does not mean that children are sat listening to the teacher for the whole lesson. It does not mean that they will go home with hours and hours of homework. It does not mean that they are copying, reviewing, repeating, rote learning all the time. Academic for us means that they will achieve high academic standards. Through the gold standard qualifications of the IGCSE and the A-level, our children will be given the chance to go to the best universities around the world, whether that's USA, UK, here in Asia, or Europe, anywhere else. And those academic standards are not achieved at the expense of the children's happiness. Actually, young people, all of us in fact, love learning if it's made inspiring, if they're engaged, and if you're extended from where you are. What do I mean by that? Well, within any class, within any group of people, you're going to get some that are high level, some that are in the middle, and some that are struggling a little bit or a slightly lower level. And so if I taught this class exactly the same way, or if any of my teachers did, I'm going to have to choose a level within that. Instead, our teachers make sure they differentiate their work properly to engage all the children. They know the children really well, so they can appeal to their interests. They can make links to what they're learning and make sure that instead of just this group or this group being engaged, everyone is brought along with the learning. So for us, academic excellence is supported by the next thing called pastoral care. Of course, we all know the importance of it. It's how we make sure that our children are happy and that they're confident to come to school. But pastoral care goes beyond just making them happy to come to school. It's giving them people that they feel they can go to for help. If someone's upset them, making sure that they know that that teacher, whether it's someone they know really well, or whether it's someone that just happens to be on duty that day, they will know whatever member of staff is in the school that they can go to them and that they will help. That doesn't mean that they're going to shout and get angry at the child that's done wrong, but they know that they're going to help the children to solve their own problems. Pastoral care goes far beyond one aspect. It underlines and goes through everything we do. If someone's the best maths teacher, but doesn't care about the well-being of the students, they're not going to work at King's Bangkok. So pastoral care is how we focus on the children's well-being. Academic excellence is how we ensure that they get the high academic standards. And co-curricular activities is one of many ways in which we improve the learning and the well-being. Children can be excited to come to school because they're going to do a co-curricular activity, which could be a lunchtime society or club. It could be an extracurricular activity that they've chosen themselves with their parents after school. Or it could be something we call CCA, which is a rotation of activities built into their timetable to try and force them to try and experience new things. At King's Bangkok, we feel very lucky to be located in the prestigious Ratchada Rama 3 area of Bangkok. This means that it gives us very easy access to the financial district, and so many people not only live near us, but because we live where 3 expressways come together, there's very, very easy transport to come and join us. We've worked with so many different people, from leading architects to parents to other school designers, to build an amazing campus right at the heart of Bangkok. We're very, very lucky that we managed to attract a really high quality of teacher. In the last 2 years, we've got over 4,000 applications for people that really want to come here. They really want to work for a school with the name of King's. They want to come and live in a fantastic country like Thailand, and they want to build something special. Not just any school, but be part of founding and being part of this journey that we're on to become one of the best schools in Asia. So I often get asked, what is the link between King's College School Wimbledon and King's Bangkok? Sometimes they say, is it just a name? And Andrew Hawes, the headmaster of King's Wimbledon, summarised it that it's not just the name over the door, it's King's Wimbledon help us with every aspect of this school. Every single one of our teachers has to be interviewed by King's Wimbledon. Mr. Gibson, that's come to run the senior school, worked there for nearly a decade as a fantastic head of house. We've got Miss Sullivan and Mr. Byfield coming to join us to lead the science and the maths departments next year. We've got James and we've got Simon in the junior school to help ensure that the staff from the UK come and support the teaching and learning here. But for us, we focus much more on the heart and believe that that's the gateway to improving the mind. And of course, that means two things. That means making the children proud and excited to move forward and commit themselves to their learning. You've got to inspire them. But it also means developing an understanding of what success means for us. It means that they must care about others. It means they must be kind and they must respect their peers or their elders with good manners. A heart for us is essential because it's all about feelings, it's all about happiness, and it's all about education far beyond the knowledge we have in our brains.
Fantastic. King's College International School, Bangkok. It's time now to take a break and do a little catch up. So I want to remind everybody that we're here, talking about these 20 schools, and we are talking about, we're lucky enough to have several of the representatives from these schools on the stage with us here. But we also want to talk about, other parts about the schools besides, the schools themselves. And so we want to talk about extracurricular activities and camps here in this first breakout discussion. I'm just going to spend a few minutes talking about it. Bangkok offers, a huge variety of activities. So each one of these schools is going to talk about their ECAs, their extracurricular activity programs, or, the things that they offer after the normal school day. And, many of them also offer camps during the school breaks, during holiday breaks, during after school hours, and other times like that. So what are some of these things? There are sports. I'm just going to pull up my list here of things that I'm looking at. And these are things that we over at BKK Kids have blogged about extensively. And I really encourage you, we're going to be putting some links in the chat here for you to check out about what do you do, if your kids are super passionate about footy, right? But then again, what do you do if your kids are super passionate about dance, about art, about literature, about science, especially, the STEM technology or the STEM focus, right? So science, engineering, technology, mathematics, engineering, these kinds of things, right? You can see over there, there's a couple of examples that we're putting in the chat over in the Facebook Live as well, like Top Flight Basketball. Right. This is an organization that's been around. It's founded by a former NBA player whose name is now escaping me right now. I want to say it's Ike. Is that correct? I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong in the Facebook chat. But my kids have gone to it. It's a great program. And when you see it, you're blown away by it, because at each one of these schools, you'll see literally, not more than dozens. It's like kind of hundreds of kids show up and get a really high quality focused activity in playing basketball. Another link that you're going to see there is Songkran camps for kids in 2021. We had dozens of these camps. This is a week-long break. And for many parents, if you don't want to go on just a vacation, if you don't want to just go to the beach, if you don't want to, do that, you have Heck, many parents still have to work, right? Even though there is that usually that 4-day holiday. You can't take the 10 days or the 2 weeks off school. And so what are you going to do? So the opportunities are diverse and the opportunities are significant. I want to take a moment here as well, just to remind everybody, you've joined BKK Kids, and I want to remind you that I'm just going to take us back here. You have the opportunity to win a couple of prizes. Well, more than a couple. There's 3 distinct prizes. First of all is this Amazon gift certificate, right? This is a great prize because, hey, you don't have to go anywhere. So the world's biggest shopping center in the world. So this is an opportunity for you to win. We also have an opportunity for those of you that live in Bangkok, or if you're coming to visit Bangkok, to win tickets to Vananava. Huge water park, super, super fun. And all you have to do is pay attention and answer some of these trivia questions. And the third thing that I want to remind you is that the Sofitel in Hua Hin has given us a one-night stay for a family, right? And so this is a pretty big deal, right? This is a nice getaway vacation for a weekend, or if you have a long weekend, you go down to Hua Hin, and all you have to do is this. All you have to do is pay attention to the 4 trivia questions I'm going to be asking right now. We were already an hour and a half into the 5 hours that we're going to be here. And put those 4 trivia questions, the answer to them, in an email, send it to us at bkkkids.com. And then, we're going to look at all the answers. This is how we run all of our giveaways. We will put it into our big random generator machine, and we will pull out the winners, and we will email you, and we will announce them on our Facebook page as well. So, so check it out and go from there. And with that said, here's our first trivia question. Our first trivia question is, how many recommended camp providers do we offer on the bkkkids.com website? This is a fairly easy question to answer, but if you go over to bkkkids.com, you'll be able to see, we have a very specific section for, camps and seasonal camps, Songkran camps, winter camps, Christmas camps, etc. How many camp providers? And don't worry, you don't have to count them all. You can just, click and they'll be at one number at the top of the screen there, but go check it out. And that's you can get the answer to trivia question number 1. Let's continue moving forward here. Although I do have a question here that I wanted to say to the King's College folks, if we want to put this, maybe one of the BKK Kids staff could put it in the Facebook chat if you haven't already, is, what the people are interested in, what secondary grades do King's College, what does it currently go up to? Because it is a new school, as you heard the headmaster there say, they just opened in September 2020 on that huge, beautiful campus. But what secondary grades do King's College currently go to? So maybe we'll get the answer to that in the Facebook chat going forward. I am going to move on now to St. Andrews International School, Bangkok. St. Andrews is one of 73 schools in the Nord Anglia education family. They offer a British educational curriculum with an international perspective that begins in nursery and leads up to IGCSE examinations in year 11. And it culminates with the International Baccalaureate diploma after completing year 13. St. Andrews is an inclusive school that invites children from all backgrounds and abilities to participate in the educational offerings on their diverse campuses. They are located in Bangkok in central Sukhumvit, close to the Ekamai BTS station. So without further ado, I give you St. Andrews International. Oops, wrong button.
I think the most important highlight here at St. Andrews is definitely the fact that they have opportunities for everyone and not just the academically inclined people or athletically inclined. I myself am quite a technical person who likes science and business, but my sister, she's more of an athletic and art student. But it wouldn't matter here at St. Andrews because they have classes or ECAs available for everyone with every interest. St. Andrews has really helped me push myself to improve academically and become a better leader and find potential in myself that I never knew I had before. I would never have the courage or opportunity to join Model United Nations or the student leadership team, but there were teachers behind me who kept pushing me and say, you should join this, you should join that. And now I'm the Secretary General of Model United Nations, as well as the Vice President of the Student Leadership Team. If someone is considering coming to St. Andrews, whatever passion they have with them, they should try to pursue it here, because there will always be someone who will be there behind your back to help support you, whether it's a teacher or peers, and they will make whatever your passion is possible. And I think that that is what St. Andrews is all about.
The International Baccalaureate Diploma was an easy choice for St Andrews when we were deciding what our pre-university qualification should be. It offers such a diversity in the programme students can follow that really allows every student the chance to find something that's exactly right for them as an individual.
I wasn't sure where I wanted to go after school, so I felt like IB was a better choice and course to do because it was more broad.
I am someone who likes studying a lot of things. I don't like studying one particular subject. IB offers you to do extended essays, IAs, TOK, which is a completely new subject for me. So these things I thought would be very beneficial when I go to university.
I do believe that when it comes to school, it's not just about academics and studying and making sure you get all those grades, but it's also about caring for yourself and your community. So I really enjoyed the idea that IB offers that.
Learning an IB subject is a student-led process that's about much more than just acquiring knowledge. Students explore each subject using communication, collaboration, research and thinking skills, with the support of their teachers to direct and guide the way.
To be a good learner, you should have the ability to question everything you study. Knowing how you learn something can help you change the way you learn something.
It's a very diverse course because you have to take language, arts, science, and maths. And with that, even if the career path you choose will use only one of those areas, you still have knowledge of the other areas as well.
It gives you the option to choose subjects and subject choices and topics that you are more passionate about. Sometimes it doesn't feel like work because you're just enjoying it and it's almost like a hobby.
Structured in a way where it makes students independent. You set goals with your coordinator for yourself. When you meet them, you target your goals even higher. And throughout the year, you get a feeling of achievement and success.
We encourage students to be the best they can be, and we know that for some students, that means getting the top grades, and for other students, it might just mean passing in a qualification, or even just attending well and doing their best.
Something that I really enjoy is getting feedback from teachers. It's good to know where you're going wrong, where you're going right, and just for reassurance and knowing that you're on the right track.
If I keep thinking about work, I lose the opportunity to creatively think. So I'd make sure that I try to get rid of as much work as I can right at the start and leave a couple hours in a day just to relax and think about things I enjoy.
They don't just focus on our academics, but when they see some of us stressed, they'll ask, hey, are you okay? The fact that someone just is concerned for you is already like, wow, I think I can do this. It's motivation.
All of our students benefit from the supportive environment we offer at St Andrews, and the IB Diploma complements this perfectly by providing our graduates with an internationally recognised qualification that's highly regarded by universities.
It will probably be the hardest thing that you've done up to now, but I believe that by the end of it, you'll learn so much from it and be more sure about what you want to do in life.
The whole school is behind me, and with that motivation and determination, I can really just get out there and do what I can, do my best and like give 100%.
Shazam, I'm back on the screen. All right. And I'm happy to welcome Bartek Moskva to the stage here with me. How are you? Did I get your name right, Bartek?
Yes, thanks. I appreciate the chance to speak today.
Excellent. So Bartek, you are the Director of Missions and Marketing over there at St. Andrews. We just got done with this fantastic video, super compelling, But as I've done with the other speakers, I'd love to hear, what's your personal 15 seconds on why St. Andrews?
It's really interesting because my experience is as a parent as well. I have children at the school, and so I oftentimes I made my individual choices based on what my children are interested in, and I feel like I think that the strength of our school is that we have so many pockets of excellence, and there's if we speak to our music teachers, they'll all say that the music program is what's compelling, and if we speak to our PE teachers, they'll say sport and the opportunities that it provides is most compelling. It's really such a personal decision. I know for families that there's so much choice as we see today, and just anyone who is well versed in the landscape here in Bangkok. There's just so many international schools, so it ends up being such a personal choice based on the needs of and interests of families.
Super cool. What's one of the questions that I have out there is, what's the St. Andrews approach to homework? We've heard from several other schools where that some schools don't have homework, some schools prefer a more robust system. Like, how does St. Andrews approach it?
Yeah, homework is it's always going to be a hot button topic. We have families who believe that there's not enough homework, other families who believe there's too much homework, or that maybe there shouldn't be any homework. So we do have certain expectations of students. We obviously really want to support their reading at a younger age, and it's something that we do ask all families to do at least 30 minutes of reading with their children. And so once they're comfortable readers, part of the process should be the child reading to themselves, the child reading to their parents, and also the parents reading to their children. As they get older, obviously the workload becomes a little bit more, especially when they get to the ages of the children, which were featured in the video. IB is a very challenging program, but the idea really that we have at the school is that we don't want our children to be buried in homework. We want them to be able to experience a range of opportunities that we have at the school we feel are very important to their development. It also, I think there's always the risk of potential burnout for young students if they are overwhelmed with homework. They end up having a dislike of school, or they have a very bad relationship with education, and that's not going to help them when work becomes more intense. They need to be really passionate about what they're doing. They need to be passionate about education. So there's always a careful balance there. The way that we try to manage and take into account parental preference as well is that oftentimes there is a set amount of homework that might be set, and that increases as the children get older. And then there's always optional homework. So for those parents who have a different idea of what they feel that for homework should look like, they have a chance to dive into maybe some additional topics and some additional work within that topic, and potentially use that time for maybe a deeper knowledge of each individual strand.
I have a question here from Chris in the Facebook chat over here. He's interested. What's the tech situation look like? At St. Andrews. Is everyone on a laptop? Does everybody have an iPad? Does everybody have a tablet of some kind? What's your learning platform? Those kinds of things.
Well, it's I'm sure as every school has had to deal with this in the last year and a half. Obviously, there's the world of online learning has kind of turned everything on its head. We've gone from as parents, we've gone from please don't spend so much time on your tablets to now school's on, you need to get on your tablet.
Get on that Zoom, darn it.
Yeah, that's right. So it's a very mixed message for the children, isn't it? But for our school, we've always obviously made investments in a lot of hardware and software packages. Obviously, it depends on the age of the children, but we do want them to have a fluency in using all the different software packages that we have. We have the benefit as being part of a North Anglia education. We're one of 73 schools, which means that we don't have to develop everything on our own. We're able to collaborate with our sister schools. We have 18 schools here in the region. We have schools all over the U.S. and in Europe, which allow us then to collaborate with them and see what's working, what's not working, and it really I think helps us to be very adaptive. At the moment, that has been an important part of the last year and a half. Alongside that, though, of course, there's still a lot of education around online safety and also appropriate use of technology, and making sure that we balance the educational offerings between online and offline. There has to be that balance, and I think you need a robust review of what's working, what's not working, and seeing just internally, even within the school, okay, how we approached it last year. Was technology absolutely necessary for this lesson? And it, really within the classroom, only using it when it can enhance and when it can improve the lesson. I think it helps a lot with children becoming very confident using all the different tools, because this is how they document their work. This is how they show their work. That's obviously a big part of the process that we have as adults in our jobs. So these are important skills to have.
Thank you very much. Talk to me about, I guess, what I would call outside of St. Andrews types of activities. What kind of opportunities are there for students to connect with mentors, connect with internship opportunities, and then also maybe connect with extracurricular activities outside the campus, like camps, like outdoor activities, those kinds of things?
Sure. Well, thanks for bringing that up. That really, for me, was a big part of why I chose St. Andrews for myself and my children. I guess that's one of the benefits of being a bigger school. We I think are now the second biggest international school in Thailand. It just allows for so many different opportunities that students have, and those opportunities include a lot of the in-school opportunities, ECAs. We have 450 different options every week, different classes.
Amazing.
And that translates into my children who are kind of the middle school with beginning of high school age, having 20-30 different options every day after school. And it's great because the opportunities are not just for those students who are already well versed and really have experience in these areas, but for beginners as well. And so if they want to join a sport, if they want to join an activity, they're really inspired by music, but maybe they never had the opportunity before, it's no problem. We will find a program for them, or we'll create a program for them. So that's something that I really drew me to the school, because I wasn't sure what interest my children would have when they got older. So I wanted them just, you want to try this? Okay, let's go for it. And with Saturday and Sunday programs. In addition, in happier times when we were able to travel a little bit more, part of the Nord Anglia collaborations and that we have with the other schools, different trips that our students have a chance to go on, and these are things that art students having a chance to go to Europe, to Paris. We had our tennis team had a chance to go to Wimbledon, with the trips to India, trips to really all over. And then that included as well, they had this that collaboration with the University of Miami, where the children get a chance to do actual work that's cited in a UN Red report. They have a chance to do live aboard 5 days of diving, and then 5 days of experiences in the jungle doing real research work. And this is, of course, for the older students. But these kinds of opportunities are life-changing. Students come back from these and they have a real idea of what it would mean to be a researcher, rather than being something that they might read about or watch a video about. But actually having those opportunities, it oftentimes really informs their decisions about which options they would like to pursue within IGCSE in year 11, year 10 and 11, or IB in year 12 and 13.
Man, I'll tell you, I want to go diving, and I want to contribute to a UN report as well. I'm a little envious, you know. And I feel like I got short shrifted in my American education.
Yes, I agree. I definitely have the same, as I see my kids and the things they get to do, and I think, wow, I don't feel like I had that same experience. Never mind. I guess I can just live vicariously through them.
Exactly. Cool. Sort of final question for you before I do a little wrap up. Talk to me about supporting students that are having emotional difficulties, especially in a time like this where we know that, you know, some of the mental stress, some of the anxiety around online education and whatnot. But, you know, even when we're just sort of in normal classroom, what sort of support mechanisms exist within St. Andrews?
Sure. Well, we've had we were established in 1997, and really kind of a long history here, and the management, the senior leadership team at the school has been largely intact during that time. So really everyone on the senior leadership team has been at the school for 10, 15, 20 years. And there's really been a very singular vision in supporting students, regardless of, whatever needs they may have. And that, when we were a smaller school, we only had 11 students in the high school, to having over 2,000 students now, we've grown out a high needs program into the school. And that high needs program allows us to support those students, of course, but it also allows us to bring in specialists and therapists that have a background in this area. And then they can support students maybe who aren't candidates for the high needs program, but they may be struggling in different ways. And they may be struggling academically, perhaps, or emotionally. It makes a big difference being able to recruit and retain a very talented team of individuals that work with the students directly, work with our teachers in terms of workshops and how we can support students, and really I think create a very nice safety net for them. It has been very difficult. I think for this, we'd like to talk about all the success stories. There have been many success stories, but there's also a lot of students who are finding this time very challenging. So it's nice to be able to have a wide range of specialists within the school that we can rely on to help support these students in different ways. And that support will look very different for each student. That's something that I've learned during my time at St. Andrews is that you can't necessarily just build a program and then just figure, okay, this student needs to be in this program, this student needs to be in this support program. It's looking at the student. What are those needs? How is the student, if they're having issues coping with anything within the school, how can we support them? And then creating programs around those needs.
Fantastic. Final words for you. I'll give you the stage as I've done with other people. Any parting words that you want to give to our audience out here about St. Andrews?
Well, my parting words would be, I think I would imagine our audience is, obviously looking at different international schools and looking at websites, and our websites look very, very similar. And I think they're all built very, very in a similar way, with happy, smiling children. You don't see too many crying children on websites. They're always happy children, and that's the way it should be. But really, it means that to have a true insight into the school, I would highly recommend, obviously, visiting the school whenever possible. Visiting the school to see exactly what is the approach of the school, and whether it matches what the parents' needs are for a school. Short of that, if you have friends at these different schools, other parents, to chat with them and to see what is it that they like about the school and why did they choose it and how do they feel 2-3 years into their decision. It's a very, very big decision that we make as parents, and oftentimes it's for more than a decade. And so we really want to be sure whether it's the right school. There's so many schools, and you just need to find out which one matches exactly what it is that you're expecting from the school and how you feel your child might flourish within the school.
Fantastic. I want to just tie our conversation in a bow here by reminding everyone, or if you haven't noticed on the Virtual School Summit site, St. Andrews is offering a promotion through this event here. Enrollment and application fees are being waived for term 1 of the academic year for 2021-2022. So if you want to come over and check them out right now. Bartek, thank you so much for joining me today. I really wish you all the best on this Saturday morning, and have a great day.
Okay, thanks very much. Have a good day.
Cheers. The next school that we want to talk about here also, I don't want you to confuse them, the two, is also the St. Andrews International Schools of Thailand. This is a group of 4 schools that we want to talk about here. St. Andrews International Schools Thailand offer the best of international learning through either the English National Curriculum or the International Baccalaureate programs, the IBPYP program and the IBDP program. Students are empowered to become determined individuals. St. Andrews has campuses at Sathorn, Dusit, Sukhumvit 107, and all three of those are nestled throughout central Bangkok. And then they also have a campus in Green Valley, which is in the heart of Thailand's eastern seaboard. Together, St. Andrews schools are proudly steeped in over 25 years of history, culture, and community. Globally, they are part of the Cognita School of Families, and this extensive network of around 78 schools in 10 different countries belongs to a truly inspiring world of education. Without further ado, before I welcome our guest onto the stage, let's take a look at the St. Andrews International Schools. I apologize to everyone here. I am going to take a pause here to see what might be happening with the video here. I don't see why it would be a problem from our side because it's playing not from our servers, it is playing from YouTube. Let's try this again. It looks like we have a glitch in the video here. So I want to take us to a point where it works and we'll play from there. Absolutely fantastic. And I want to welcome my two guests to the stage here, Hetal and, oh dear, your name is...
A little bit complicated.
No, Jessica. It doesn't appear on Zoom the way that I could read it. So I would just say Jay Wilson, but you're Jessica Wilson. Very nice. Very nice to be with you on this Saturday morning. Thank you for taking some time to spend with here for the BKK Kids Virtual School Summit. Let me start off with you, Hetal. I've been doing this for all the speakers on the stage here with us. We've just seen your video, all 4 campuses. I mean, you know, obviously a video is even better than a picture, right? It tells a billion words rather than a million. What's your 15 seconds on why St. Andrews?
St. Andrews is a school which is very close-knit for parents who want to make sure that their children are together, are taken care of, because we start with primary and we then go on to secondary. Our teachers, our staff, everyone takes care of every single child as they are. And it is so nice at St. Andrews that, the teachers know every single child's name. They know what they like, they know what they don't like, they know what they're going to do. So it is, I think, a very warm and welcoming school for every single parent and child.
Fantastic. Jessica, would you like to add to that? What's your 15 seconds?
Yeah, I think I'll second Hetal's point that really the core objective of what we do at St. Andrews is focusing on the child and making sure that the child is happy. And we believe that a happy child will lead to a successful child. So everything that we do, making sure we have a personalized curriculum, small classes, activities where they can explore what their talents are and their interests, all of that is in the interest of making sure that they're happy, they feel safe in their environment, and then they can be successful within their academics, but also within their own life. And we say that we're trying to help children prepare a career for themselves later on, but also trying to help children to just prepare a life for themselves.
Fantastic. Kind of riffing off that, what kind of pathways are there from, when we're talking about like sort of the secondaries, what sort of learning pathways are there for the secondary school students do they get to make their own choice? How is that discussed with them? Let me leave that there for you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have, out of the 4 schools, 2 of them have a secondary division, and that is S107 in Bangkok and Green Valley, which is down on the eastern seaboard of Thailand. Both of those schools offer different qualifications. They are the IGCSE, but also the IB diploma program and the IB careers program. So with those, what we're doing is really providing the options for them to prepare themselves for universities around the world. But not just university pathways. If they want to go follow the careers program, that prepares them for a careers pathway instead. And the IGCSE as well prepares students who might not want to go as far as university, and they can finish at IGCSE and then prepare for university in Thailand, or careers such as apprenticeships and skills-based careers. So really what we do is we're trying to provide as many pathways as possible. And again, it's about that child meeting the needs of individual children. Where do they want to go and how can we support that?
Fantastic. Hetal, do the Sathorn and Dusit campuses share facilities or collaborate on learning projects at all?
So to say, all 4 of us, Dusit, Sathorn, S107, and GB, collaborate. We share facilities in terms of children going there for competitions, whether it be sports or it could be residential. So to start with, year 3s, our children in year 3, they go to the Green Valley campus for a camp night. So that in itself is like sharing facilities. And children from our Dusit and Sathorn campus also then graduate and move into the S107 or the Green Valley campus.
Awesome, thanks.
Basically what we are doing with having 4 campuses is that we are giving a choice to parents to be with the same school, but also keeping in mind that they might not want to live in a particular area, or they like the school so much that they would want to have the child going to our school, but we're giving them a choice of either it could be Dusit that is closer to them, or Sathorn in the business district, or it could be Sukhumvit, S107, or it could be Green Valley.
Awesome, cool. Jessica, do your schools offer a program for gifted students?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sorry, do you offer a program for gifted students?
Gifted, we do. We have a gifted and talented program across all 4 of our schools, actually. So in our primary, it's about that personalized learning. So if we identify that children are gifted, there will be additional activities for them. For example, higher learning maths clubs, additional science activities. And then in our secondary school, we have activities such as, we have what we call our medical club for our students that are wanting to go on to study medicine. And they do that at school, and they learn different techniques such as suturing. They will learn the anatomy of the heart. So that's all in preparation for them moving into university. But on top of that, our students before COVID times would travel to places like Singapore to take part in a competition called Tournaments of the Minds, which is where all the top students from the schools compete, and we regularly have placed top in those competitions. So there are lots of opportunities for our gifted students to really excel.
No, that's amazing. You're kind of blowing me away. I got to admit, thinking about doing suturing and anatomy. That's really cool.
It is interesting when I walk into the classroom and I go, oh, there's a heart.
That really caught me off guard there. That's pretty cool. But what a great opportunity. Another sort of a follow-up for you there. I know is, if I'm a family who hasn't been to Thailand before, and I'm coming, from somewhere else, either in Southeast Asia or maybe from the UK, or, my company is relocating our family to Bangkok. Talk to me about what's been your experience? What's it like to live in Bangkok? How do I get to and from school? What opportunities are for me as a family, and safety for kids and those kinds of things?
For the St. Andrews schools in Bangkok, children that are going from Dusit and Sathorn to the S107 campuses, S107 campus, we have like a transport that is shuttle service that will help children go from here to the S107 campus. So by that, what we're trying to do is that siblings who are at the Sathorn and the Dusit campus can continue to come to our campuses, whereas the children who are in the secondary can easily commute to the S107 campus and come back here. So parents don't necessarily have to move to a different location, given the fact that the child is going to secondary school, or they don't have to move out of here because if the younger one being split from the older one, they're still within the same set of school.
Awesome.
And I guess just to add to that as well, that we're also part of the Cognita group, which has got over 70 schools across the globe. So often we have students who are relocating to Thailand from another Cognita school, and the benefit of that is that we are familiar with the school and the ethos that they're moving from. Similarly, they are familiar with the ethos that they're moving to, but also the staff within the schools are communicating with each other regularly, so that before the child even arrives, we know the child, we know what support they need, where they might be looking to relocate to, what areas of Bangkok they might be looking to, and where we can recommend. So that is a benefit as well, that we can get to know the child and the family based on the previous school that they've attended and wherever they are in the world.
No, that's amazing. That's fantastic. Again, I'm looking at the time here, and it's amazing to me how quickly 15 minutes goes when we're having these conversations. But let me offer, as I've done with the others, any closing words, any closing statement that you like to put out to the parents out there. And of course, before you do that, I want to remind everybody, we are live on Facebook right now. You can put your questions in the Facebook live chat. And Hetal, Jessica, and some of our other speakers, they will be there to answer your questions as well. But let me offer the final statement to you guys.
Would you like to take it, Hetal?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Jess. What I would like to say for all our 4 campuses for the St. Andrews International School Cognita Group is that our school has a different vibe. Every campus has a very different vibe. We believe in personalized learning. So please, if you're coming or deciding on the school, I would recommend for every parent to visit the school with their child, not only St. Andrews International School, but any school. Visit the school, see the vibes, see how the children are happy around the class, inside the classroom, outside the classroom, and I think that would be your basis for making a decision of which school to go to.
Fantastic. Hital and Jessica, thank you so much for taking time out of your Saturday morning to speak with us today. Really, really appreciate it. And I encourage anyone who has a question about the Cognita schools in general or St. Andrews International schools throughout Thailand to give you a shout in the chat or on your admissions page. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you for having us.
Cheers.
Bye.
Moving on to our next school here in our virtual school summit, and I remind you as well, we are giving away those fantastic gifts today. So if you have an interest in winning, the Amazon gift certificate, the tickets to Vana Nava, or that one-night stay at the Sofitel in Hua Hin, please do stick around for a little while longer because we have 3 more trivia questions for you to answer and enter into that contest. Our next school is KIS International School, or KIS International School. KIS International School is centrally located in Bangkok, Thailand, and it's an IB World School, which is exclusively offering the International Baccalaureate programs. KIS is a collaborative community of about 750 students and 56 nationalities. They enjoy a strong community atmosphere and a variety of pursuits in academics, athletics, arts, and service. Students at KIS can pursue a continuum of IB education right from the start through the following programs. They have an IB primary years program for ages 3 to 11. They have the IB middle years program for ages 11 to 16, and then the IB diploma program for ages 16 to 19. So without further ado, let's check out KIS. Fantastic. So that was our, come off the screen there. So that was our friends over at KIS International School. And regarding that great presentation, I want to let you know that they are offering a 50% tuition reduction for early years enrollment, for early years 1 enrollment as a part of this virtual school summit now. So please go check them out at their admissions page, and you can go over to that website. We're going to put it in the Facebook chat right now. We have a entire landing page designed just for this school summit. It's the 2021 virtual school summit over at bkkkids.com. But each one of the schools has a link to their admissions page, as well as these promotional pieces that we talk about here. For our next school, I want to talk about the Magic Years International School. Magic Years since 1990. MYIS, or MYIS, which they pronounce MYIS, has been providing quality early years and primary years education to families in and around Bangkok. The MYIS or MYIS authorization as an IB World School has made Magic Years one of only a handful of IB World Schools in Bangkok to offer the IB Primary Years program, the PYP program, and the first such school in Northumberland. So without further ado, let me introduce you to MYIS.
Welcome to MYIS International School. We are pleased to be able to share with you our school mission, vision, and values, and how these core elements of who we are drive our practice in all areas of the school day. At MYIS, we aim to develop a caring community that moves together to celebrate and respect people from all cultures. We provide a challenging program that balances the body, mind, and soul, understanding that they are of equal importance to nurture each individual as a lifelong learner.
So the mission and vision are really important to us here at MYIS, and it is who we are and it's how we operate, and we want it to be more than just on paper and an advertising and marketing tool. We want it to actually live in the classrooms with the students. So the teachers are constantly bringing the students back to who we are, what is our mission, what are our values as a school, and how are we showing that to the world. So we have a board on display where it's a collaboration between all grade levels and the specialists, where the students every 6 to 8 weeks are thinking and reflecting back on what they've been doing and how that reflects the mission and the vision. And we make that collaborative display so that our community, when they're walking around the school, can also see those connections and see how it is living as part of our day-to-day world.
A core element of our mission is this concept of nurturing the whole child. And this also completely aligns with the PYP philosophy that we look at knowledge and developing knowledge as just one aspect of what children come to do here at this school. They're also developing their understanding of concepts. They're also building their learning mindsets through looking at the learner profile, the attitudes that they bring with them as they learn throughout the school day. And they're also developing lifelong skills here, skills that can be extended into all parts of their life.
As a community of learners, our practice is grounded in the following beliefs and values. Establishing close family partnerships. Providing students a learning environment that is challenging, relevant, differentiated, and collaborative. Giving students the time, space, and opportunity to learn through play and inquiry. Reinforcing the intellectual, emotional, social, physical, moral, and spiritual capacities of each child, enabling them to make appropriate choices and take purposeful action to benefit themselves and their society. Promoting transformational teaching and learning practices through constant research, consultation, collaboration, reflection, action, and commitment to growth.
We have such cool classrooms, which I love. We made an airplane in our classroom because we want to add some more ideas in our classroom. And make us kind beautiful. Yeah. And nice. Yeah. It's so peaceful and quiet. And when we play in the playground, we love to play hide and seek. And swing. Our school has like animals. We have like a small farm. Good and chicken and fish. Yeah.
Our goal at Myas is to create a nurturing and challenging environment where children can build trust and gain confidence in their abilities. Such an environment is crucial for our students' cognitive, social, spiritual, and physical development.
So when my students come to school, the first thing that we do is morning meeting. And every time when we meet on the carpet, they are always so excited to share what they did at home and how they could make connections to what we are learning at school and at home. So for example, our current unit on sharing the planet, the student went back home and searched for different kinds of plants in their backyard. And then when they came back, they shared with me, "Oh, Miss Pugh, I found this plant in my backyard habitat." So that authentic connection really excites them throughout the day when they get to share that with the teacher in class.
They don't want us to be bored in class. They want us to have fun. They want us to learn through play. Playing in the block area. Playing house. And play doctor. Yeah. We have activities. Yeah, and different attitudes.
My voice is important here because in order to be heard, you have to speak up and share your ideas with the class.
People listen to your ideas and you have a say in what happens.
จริงๆ แล้วโรงเรียนเด็กเล็กแต่ละที่เนี่ยมีคาแรคเตอร์ที่แตกต่างกัน แต่สิ่งที่พิเศษสำหรับ Magic Year ก็คือนอกจากจะมีระบบการเรียนการสอนแบบ IB แล้วก็ยังมีคาแรคเตอร์ที่เหมาะกับเด็กเล็กแล้วเป็นโรงเรียนที่เน้นมากในเรื่องของ Foundation เป็นโรงเรียนที่ให้ความสำคัญกับเรื่องพื้นฐานมากแล้วก็เหมาะกับเด็กที่เพิ่งจะเรียนรู้กับการเข้าโรงเรียนเรียนรู้กับการเข้าสังคมกำลังเหมาะกับเด็กที่กำลังอยู่ในวัยเรียนรู้วัยอยากรู้อยากเห็น
At Myas International School, we are guided by the philosophy that each student is like a mine rich in gems of inestimable value and that education can alone cause it to reveal its treasures and enable mankind to benefit from it. Our approach, therefore, is to reinforce the capacity of the child, enabling students to make appropriate choices and take purposeful action to benefit themselves and their society. Such action inspires our students to become problem solvers and contributing world citizens in their own small but meaningful ways.
What I like most is when the student learn how to set their own goals, and the teacher will let them figure out how to do, what to do, what do they need, or who can help them achieve those goals. So I think this will help them learn how to manage and to be responsible for their own lives.
At Myas International School, we have worked hard to make meaning of the term learner agency. In collaboration with our learning community, we have come to define agency at Myas as empowering students to exercise voice, choice, and ownership in their co-constructed learning journey in order to take action in a world that needs change makers and creators.
So when I think about the PYP and how it connects and merges in with Myas, it just is such an easy and natural fit for the two. Both the PYP and Myas believe in student agency, in listening to the student voice, in the partnership between not only the teachers but also with the students and with the parents, and to do learning and curriculum through a constructivist inquiry approach where the students are not only learning the how, but they're also learning the why.
My favorite part about MIAS is the environment. I love that my children get to play with goats, chickens, turtles on the daily, and they also have a space to get messy every day. They get to play in sand. We have water play connected to our classroom. It excites me that my students have the opportunity to be inside and outside and really have authentic connections with the environment around them.
So the resources and facilities at MIAS are an integral part to our daily routine, and they really are seen as the third teacher here in the classroom. So our environments are a third teacher. They are very intentionally planned with the voice of both the student and of the teacher, and together they look and see how they can create a learning environment that supports what they're thinking and what they need throughout their school day.
One thing that really excites us as a community here at MIAS is that we are growing. So we're taking 30 years of experience with teaching and learning, research, and best practice in education, and we're moving it up into a middle school. So we've already begun this project by breaking ground on new facilities. We have a black box theater coming, a 25-meter swimming pool. We'll be moving all of our specialist subjects and the arts into these facilities to make way for our middle school.
Schedule an appointment to visit our campus today in order to see our MIAS mission, vision, and values in action.
Thank you so much to our friends over at MIAS for providing us with that great video presentation. Really interested about that future there, about breaking ground on some, a new school. I'll be interested to see how that continues to develop. Something that MIAS wants you to know as well, that they also have a promotion here for the virtual school summit here at BKK Kids. They're offering a 50% registration fee discount for all of the attendance here at the virtual school summit. So take an opportunity, go over, check them out. And remember, even though we don't have somebody here from MIAS to answer your questions on the live stage, please do put your questions in the Facebook chat so that they can follow along and they can answer them there. And we'd love to hear from you. At this time right now, I'm going to take our next break. I just want to make sure that we have the opportunity to talk not just about schools, but just about what can we get from, the educational opportunities, what can we get from Bangkok, what can we get from Thailand, and those kinds of things. And in this particular case, I want to talk a little bit about learning support. This is a subject that's near and dear to the original founder of BKK Kids and the founders of BKK Kids, and something that we've continued to make more and more robust resources available on bkkkids.com. I want to, my colleagues right now are putting in the Facebook chat some of the blogs to point you to for support about dyslexia, support for kids with autism, support for kids with learning challenges, in the COVID-19. So one of the things that we all know is that COVID has, moving in and out of schools, lockdowns, openings up. What happens when you go back to school and then, you're either sequestered into a class with, just your other classmates and the teachers move around, or, when you put up barriers between desks and those kinds of things. This causes anxiety. This can cause some mental stress. It's just not the situation that we want for our kids overall. And so we want to make sure that we're able to support that. We have a ton of resources over at bkkkids.com. And we want to make sure to point you to them. So check out the Facebook live section right now and look at the chat, because we have several of those resources for you going forward. Finally, before we kind of move on, I want to remind everyone that we do have these cool prizes out there for everyone. So we've got this Amazon gift cards that we're giving away. We have tickets to, we're going to have 4 winners to Vananava, a water park. It's an awful lot of fun to go to. And then obviously, the big prize that we're giving away is a one-night stay for a family at the Sofitel in Hua Hin. And so all you have to do, we've already given the tip or the question to our first trivia question. And so if you'll just stick with us for, the rest of the journey here, we'll be providing you with the rest of those pieces. going forward, I want to just sort of jump into our next school here. Our next school is Shrewsbury. And Shrewsbury has two campuses, the city campus and the Riverside campus. Benefiting from a genuinely inspiring and purpose-built environment on the banks of the Chao River in Sathorn, Shrewsbury Riverside is a well-established and highly successful school that sets the benchmark for international schooling in Thailand. With exceptional facilities from the early years garden to the brand new innovation building and purpose-built sports hall, which is going to be opening in August of 2021, Riverside continues to set the standard of excellence. The journey each student at Shrewsbury takes is uniquely diverse, enriching them to become lifelong learners and dedicated members of the community. These skills are exemplified by their exceptional examination results, with 76% of A-level exams taken by Shrewsbury students in 2020 achieving straight A grades, over 4 times higher than the UK average. Let's just like, you know, let that sink in for a second. 76% of A-level exams had A grades, which is 4 times higher than the UK average. If what you're looking for is a purpose-built primary school for the younger learner, then consider Shrewsbury City Campus on Sukhumvit Rama 9 Road, which is highly experienced, dedicated teachers and an all-encompassing curriculum. It was opened in 2018, and the students at the City Campus benefit from modern facilities that encourage creativity and innovation in an environment where they can thrive. Every student who starts at City Campus has an automatic placement at Riverside when they graduate at the end of year 6. So without further ado, let's check out Shrewsbury International School.
A very warm welcome to Shrewsbury International School, Bangkok. I'm Amanda Dennison and I'm the principal at our city campus in Rama 9. And with me today is Mr. Rob Miller.
And I'm Rob Miller, the head of senior school here at the Riverside campus in Sathorn.
Shrewsbury has been in Bangkok for 20 years and we have one school, but we have 2 campuses. We have our Riverside campus and our city campus. The city campus is for children aged 3 to 11 and Riverside is for age 3 to 18. All the children at City have a guaranteed place at our Riverside campus. We offer the British National Curriculum and the Early Years Foundation Stage Curriculum from the UK as well.
At Riverside in the senior school, we continue to offer the British education system, and in terms of up to year 9, based on the national curriculum in England, following on from the junior school at Riverside and the work at City campus. And then for examination courses, we offer GCSE and IGCSE, the types of qualifications students in England and the UK would do. And then for the oldest students, year 12 and year 13, these are students aged 16 to 18 years old. We offer an A-level programme alongside other English qualifications like the extended project qualification, leading on to our students making applications to universities all around the world, actually.
All around, yeah.
About half of them end up going to universities in the UK, but we also have 20 to 30% every year going to America, which is really exciting. We also have a number of students, often up to about 20% going to prestigious universities in Thailand, and then students also going to all kinds of global destinations. The education we offer all the way from age 3, whether it's in City campus or in Riverside, all the way up to 18, allows our students to access these amazing courses globally.
In our early years, we follow the children's interests. So when you walk around our wonderful early years centre, there will be different things happening in each class as the children bring what they're wanting to learn about into the room. And the skilled practitioners, the teachers and our TAs will carefully adapt the day and the situation to suit the children, or they sort it out themselves. So when you walk into our early years classrooms, it's very natural, it's very homely, it's a very safe, soft place for the children to feel comfortable to learn and explore. You'll see lots of open-ended tasks, and we don't even know what's going to happen when the children go up to what's been put out, but the children will have in their mind what they want to do. So we follow their interests through their play, inside and outside, in our beautifully positioned gardens with our wonderful forest school and splash play and fish pond, and it's a really, really gorgeous atmosphere in our early years. And in a moment we are going to show you a little video of that, the children at their play and how their play instills the learning and the characteristics of learning that we want the children to develop in those very early years.
So when students come into the senior school, whether that's from Riverside campus or from City campus, the big difference is they get taught the same sorts of subjects actually, but by specialist teachers. And we offer around 14 different subjects that students can do. Everything from the traditional ones, the maths and the English that they will have covered down in the various junior schools, but also courses like computing, and things like history and geography, music, drama, all kinds of interesting things. And everyone studies those up until they're about age 14. And then in the examination years, when they get onto courses like GCSEs and A-levels, we actually broaden out the number of courses we have. We've got 20 or so courses, both through GCSE and all the way through to A-level. In terms of our oldest students, the A-level students, the ones that are thinking about university, you probably know as well, the courses that are really popular are things like maths and sciences, and now things like computer science. And actually that's sort of inspired us to build this brand new facility in the school to really allow these students to really flourish. So we've got a new building with brand new science facilities, 18 new science labs, designed by our Director of Science and modelled on some of the universities that the students will be going to. We've got 16 maths classrooms with incredible space and light around them for all the mathematicians, designed by the head of maths, particularly to do all the formula and all the calculations that they're doing. Absolutely amazing, really. And then carrying on the work that I know that City are doing in terms of computing and programming, and also at Riverside, 4 brand new computing labs, but also an innovation space, sort of carrying on, I know, the design program, the DEC program that you use at City, which has been fantastic, and also robotics, which is increasingly popular across the whole school, actually. I'm very excited to build up from the work that I know they're doing in the Riverside Junior, also in the City campus, into our computer science program. And actually, we had two students this year in Year 13 got offers from Oxbridge this year from computer science. So that's fantastic to see. And now we're going to share with you a video which will take you through this new facility in the senior school at Riverside. So the new senior school building will be open for August 2021. I think that's about all we've got time for actually here today. If you've got anything you want to ask or anything you want to know about the school or book a tour or find out more, go to www.shrewsbury.ac.th across the bottom of the screen there and get in touch. There's many thanks from me, Rob Miller, head of the senior school.
And thank you from me, Amanda Dennison, the principal at City Campus.
Fantastic presentation there by our friends over at Shrewsbury International School. What I love about all of these schools is, it's not about, hey, come and look at what we've done. It's what we're going to do. It's what we're developing. It's what we're looking forward to. Really cool stuff. And I love seeing like the development plans and the different innovation centers and the robotics centers and whatnot. Thank you very much for that presentation. Again, as both of the guest speakers there asked or said, go over, visit them at shrewsbury.ac.th, or you can post questions for them in our Facebook Live that we're doing right now in the chat. I would love to know, like, what is your biggest fear about either moving to Bangkok or going to one of these schools? What are your biggest challenges? What are the needs of your kids? Tell us in the chat. Tell us what is important to your family that you want to get out of the school so that they can either make the case or answer one of your questions. Moving on to our next school here, we have BASIS. BASIS is proud to contribute to the tradition of excellence shared by all BASIS schools, one of putting student learning first and creating an environment of supportive collegiality between students, teachers, and administration. Education redefined at BASIS rests on 3 pillars. First, a curriculum educating students to the highest international levels. Second, expert teachers who are knowledgeable, passionate, and believe that with the right support and encouragement, any child can excel. And then third, a joyful learning culture where hard work is celebrated and intellectual pursuits result in extraordinary outcomes. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, BASIS International School.
BASIS International School Bangkok opened in August 2019 and is the 35th school in the BASIS Curriculum School Network. The BASIS Curriculum School Network is established as the gold standard of American kindergarten to 12th grade educational communities across the United States and now the world. Our formula for success, regularly refined, proves every child can excel when presented with a rigorous course of study taught by subject expert teachers and supported by a culture of excellence.
We believe in the potential of children, and we use that really to naturally create a curriculum that gets them actively engaged in the learning process. Our hope is to give them the skills to become really successful and impactful global citizens.
What we did was we brought our teachers here a month before the school opened. They hit the ground running on day 1, and you go into every single classroom 60 days later, and it is a well-established BASIS school.
BASIS Curriculum Schools define opportunity and success for our students in global terms. We prepare students to attend the best universities in the world and unleash unlimited potential that helps ensure success and happiness in their futures.
Oh, Connections is absolutely my favorite because I do get to bring a little bit of everything. We used all parts of the things that we do here at BASIS, from humanities, from math, from Thai, and put it all together to be able to actually go and create something.
I chose to teach math and science because it was always my favorite subject when I was a kid, and being able to share my passion and share my favorite subject is one of my favorite things to do.
I'm from New York City in America, and I was able to visit the BASIS Manhattan School and collaborating with all of the very, very skilled teachers we have in BASIS all around the world.
We teach our students to achieve mastery of subject material while simultaneously building life skills in order to send them to universities and into their professional lives, empowered by knowledge and the ability to creatively solve problems. Our curriculum is connected through every grade level, starting from preschool and ending with grade 12 capstone courses. Each academic year builds upon the previous year and prepares for the upcoming years. Our curriculum is carefully developed to include learning by doing, which is one way we keep students excited and engaged in the lessons while completing a rigorous curriculum at the highest global standards. Our students discover diverse perspectives within their lessons and examine them through informed and supportive thought and inquiry. We teach our students to be well-rounded and interested in a variety of subjects and activities which include art, engineering, music, drama, physical education, and more. By engaging with a variety of global perspectives, our students are empowered to make their own decisions on how they will navigate the world.
For me, the most important thing is establishing connections with each and every single one of my students. My very first thing, my very first goal is to make that connection with every single one of my students and creating that positive connection and effective learning environment.
I love creating a positive classroom environment. With boundaries, they are able to explore even more, and that is when they're really able to flourish.
I think as teachers, it is our responsibility not only to teach the content, but to educate the person in accordance with a good attitude and put in enough effort. And I also want to instill in them a passion for learning.
Residing on more than 22 rai, or 8.5 acres of land, BASIS International School Bangkok is located conveniently adjacent to Central Rama 2, only a few minutes from the expressway. As one of the best international schools in Thailand, we are proud to offer a wide range of world-class facilities for all of our students to enjoy. From modern, fully equipped classrooms, a 1,600 square meter convertible gym, a 25-meter competition pool, a kinder learning pool, indoor cafeteria, black box theater, and a design suite with engineering, woodworking, and 3D printing capabilities. We also have a traditional Thai house, a special learning space which supports our dedication to instilling the love of Thai language and culture. Our program includes Thai language and culture every day in every grade level, from pre-kindergarten through 12th grade. Our Thai house provides unique learning opportunities for local traditions and ecology.
อย่างแรกครูปุ๊กเชื่อในเรื่องของ motivation หรือว่าแรงจูงใจในการเรียนทำยังไงก็ได้ให้เด็กรู้สึกว่าการเรียนภาษาไทยเป็นสิ่งที่สนุกน่าสนใจแล้วบรรยากาศในการเรียนรู้ก็จะดีขึ้นรวมทั้งความสนใจของเด็กๆก็จะมีมากขึ้นค่ะ
One of the things that's really exciting is to see how the teachers have turned the classrooms into real learning spaces, and it's so exciting to finally see teachers and the students really engaging in those learning environments.
BASIS เนี่ยมี2 teachers ในห้องเรียนมีทั้ง subject expert ที่ fall in love with that subject จริงๆแล้วก็คนที่เป็น teaching expert ที่สามารถที่จะรู้จักเรารู้จักลูกเราได้จริงๆถ้าเราอยากจะเตรียมตัวลูกสำหรับอนาคตเนี่ยคิดว่า BASIS เป็น choice ของเรียนที่ดีมากๆอันดับแรกที่คุณแม่สัมผัสได้ในทุกๆวันคือน้องรู้จักหน้าที่ณปัจจุบันนี้เหมือนกับน้องกลับมาสอนคุณแม่ในหลายๆเรื่องแล้วก็เปิดโลกให้กับแม่ด้วยไปในตัวคุณแม่มองเห็นอนาคตของน้องได้จากโรงเรียนนี้ค่ะ
At BASIS International School Bangkok, our mission is to raise the educational standards in Thailand to the highest international level.
Formulated on the principle that students excel when challenged, the BASIS curriculum aims to help every child achieve his or her true potential. A well-rounded curriculum coupled with a stimulating learning environment, helps instill a love for learning and enables students to follow their passions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much from the BASIS International School Bangkok. Really, really appreciate the contribution there. Something cool that I get to tell you about is that they too have a promotion here for the BKK Kids Virtual School Summit, in that they are waiving their assessment fee for all grade levels if you come and apply with them for the next school year. So please take advantage of that. Just, go ahead and mention that, you found this offer through the Virtual School Summit, and they'll waive that assessment fee for you. Again, reminder, all of this information, you can go over and look at the chat here in the Facebook Live, but all of this information is available at bkkkids.com/the 2021 Virtual School Summit. We're really excited to be doing this for the first time this year, and look forward to doing it, many more times in the future. The next school that we want to put on the stage here is Brighton College. Brighton College Bangkok inspires academic excellence for children aged 12 to 8 on an iconic purpose-built campus in Krantep Kritha, Bangkok. Run in close partnership with Brighton College, England Independent School of the Decade, we have quickly become one of the leading British curriculum schools in Thailand. Outstanding teachers, all trained in the UK, ensure the highest academic standards and deliver an unmatched education and pastoral care for their pupils. From the pre-nursery class all the way up to the IG, CSE, and A levels, Brighton College Bangkok offers the perfect environment for pupils to discover a passion for learning and to reach the world's best universities. International diversity is deeply ingrained in our schools, and around 40% of the Brighton College pupils have a foreign nationality, creating a truly unique atmosphere. Brighton invites you to visit their campus to learn more about what makes Brighton such a special place to be. And without further ado, I apologize. Here you go for Brighton.
Our son's treated as an individual from the moment he gets off the bus here in the morning, and everyone is there ready to welcome him from the school.
The pupils, that's what it's all about, and that's why we're here. We have a thing about kindness here at Brighton College Bangkok, and I see it in the way they treat each other, and I see it in the way they interact with other people around the school. But it's not just about their character, they work hard. I see it in the classroom, I see it all around the school. They have a can-do attitude that is really refreshing and a real pleasure to work with.
My favourite subject is English because I really enjoy story writing, and especially planning the stories, because it's so good to see the finished piece of work.
My favourite subject at Brighton College is biology, because we have these beautiful, incredible labs that allow us to expand our knowledge and do practicals.
Our son is really blossoming under the CCA program here at Brighton. He particularly likes the swimming, and I think it's probably just the sheer range of activities on offer. It's got him really interested, and we feel we can see a lot of growth.
I really enjoy doing dance club because I get to express my feelings through movement. In CCAs, I try new things such as computing and game hack, which I found very interesting.
I really like the house systems here because as an older pupil of the school, the house system allows us to obviously shine as a student and gives us leadership roles, which allows us to connect with younger pupils and help guide them throughout their school life. The teachers at Brighton College are really supportive of all the students they have. I feel comfortable emailing them at any time if I need any help.
If I can choose one word to describe the children at Brighton College Bangkok, is happy. It's a very important word because every parent wants their children to be happy, right? And then when I come to school and on the school visit, I look around the school and then I see the children smiling, and then how they play, how they interact with the teachers, and it's just lovely to see how they trust each other.
The atmosphere of Brighton College is friendly and inclusive, and each child is recognized as an individual.
Friend of Brighton is not just our group, it's everybody in our school. We are all friends of Brighton. Yeah, we are together.
The core values of a Brighton College education are kindness, innovation and ambition. I think as parents, We all want our sons and daughters to be good people, to have good manners and courtesy. We want them to have confidence without arrogance. We want them to be able to take measured risks and learn from them. We want them to have a sense of social responsibility. All characteristics of what we believe in as a quality education at Brighton.
Fantastic. Thank you to the folks over at Brighton College for putting that on the table for everybody who's listening. Again, I want to remind you, you are here if you are listening to this live, and I can see there in Facebook that there are many people out there listening to this right now live. We'd love to know what it is that you'd like to, what are your interesting challenges about what school to attend here in Bangkok? Is it, where's the campus? Is it, how do I travel there? What kind of support, is my child going to get? What's the diversity look like? What's the, what sort of opportunities are on the campus? What types of ECAs and extracurricular activities do you have? Ask us your questions, because the schools are here, for this summit in order to answer your questions. One thing that's fantastic right now is we actually have our second trivia question here for everybody paying along. Again, now remember, again, we're putting these 4 trivia questions out here because we have some fantastic prizes for everybody who sticks around with us and checks them out. So the trivia question this right now is, which school is featured on the back cover of our 2021 International Schools Guide? And as a reminder, the 2021 International Schools Guide is something that you can get for free. All of the schools that you're seeing here today are featured in that guide. One of the reasons we're able to give it away for free is because these great schools are sponsors of that guide. But it offers information on all 130 plus international schools throughout Bangkok and beyond, actually, at this stage now. Information like curriculum, information like student body, information like pedagogy, information on classroom size, teacher-student ratio, what pricing, pricing for each different level of school, and these types of things as well. So pick up one of those guides. You can go get one for free over at bkkkids.com/ISG. My colleagues will put that there in the Facebook chat for you. But again, which school is featured on the back cover of the 2020 International Schools Guide? And this is our second trivia question. So you got the first one and the second one. There's 2 more that are going to be coming up here in a short time. Just moving forward here, our next school that we're going to be talking about is the British International School in Phuket, BISP. BISP is a co-educational day and boarding school, which was established in 1996 and set in an extensive landscape grounds in a tropical island healthy environment. BISP aims to deliver the highest standards of teaching and learning to an international community, emphasizing well-being and passion on a modern and well-equipped campus. BISP offers a British international curriculum, opening with the English early years curriculum and progressing into an internationalized British primary curriculum. In secondary, BISP students study the British secondary curriculum and undertake IGCSEs in years 10 and 11. In years 12 and 13, students study for the IB diploma and are also entered for the US high school diploma. BISP inspires learning, nurture well-being, and igniting passion. I'm looking forward to finding out how that all plays out here in their video presentation. Fantastic. Thank you so much again to the British International School in Phuket. And like several of the other schools here at the Virtual School Summit for BKK Kids here, they've offered up to use the code BKK Kids for a waiver of their placement fees. So if you're interested in going to Phuket, which, you know, it's a fantastic destination. I've been there plenty of times myself. And that's a place that you're going to be relocating your family. Consider the British International School in Phuket. And again, as a reminder, they are here as well. They are here and welcome and ready to answer your questions over in that chat there. Sorry, a little hiccup there in our slide presentation. Our next school is Denla British School. Denla British School, also known as DBS. Let's take them forward and learn more about Denla. So DBS Denla British School is an international school that follows the independent school curriculum from the UK, embracing the principles of all-around education, an enhanced British curriculum, academic excellence for all, entrepreneurship and creative thinking, and community and global perspectives. Conveniently located in the Northumberry area of Northwest Bangkok, DBS Denla British School campus extends across 24 acres of land, which is about 60 rise, offering an array of purpose-built family facilities from a FIFA standard football field, tennis courts, golf facility, 3 indoor sports halls, indoor swimming pool, dance and art studios, theater, music rooms, to science and math labs, which create a dynamic learning environment and opportunities for students. DBS currently recruits students aged between 2 and 15 years old in the academic year 2021-22, and its programs cover early years to year 11, which will soon extend to year 13. So without further ado, DBS Denla. Let's see if. There we go.
What makes you happy in school?
I can draw pictures with my friends.
See, even Mr. Butterfly likes my flowers.
I like to play in the water with my aquatic friends.
I like to run on tracks. It makes me feel like I'm competing in the Olympics.
My buddy robot. Together, we will save the world.
I love music. Perhaps someday many people will listen to my songs.
Be happy and inspired. DBS, Denla British School, nurturing global leaders.
Welcome to DBS, Denla British School. I'm Mark McVeigh and I'm the principal here. I hope that our virtual tour will give you a good understanding of the opportunities available to our students.
Here in Mini Dragons, we understand that early education is special and unique. We have a wide range of excellent resources to support the developmental needs and requirements of our youngest learners. Our aim within the learning environment is to develop the children's independence, their curiosity, self-esteem, resilience and collaboration skills. We do this by providing a rich and inspiring learning environment where children are fully engaged and they thrive. Our staff have an in-depth and up-to-date knowledge of the British early years curriculum and how to engage and support children in reaching their full potential. Alongside this, we have invested heavily in top quality resources from the UK that have been carefully implemented into our setting. Our resources both support and enhance the prime and specific areas of the EYFS curriculum. Our learning environments provide rich opportunities to develop language, challenge thinking, learn new skills and embed concepts, all essential skills to ensure success for all.
Here at DBS, your child will be taught by all of our specialist teachers from Year 5 onwards. I'm currently in the science lab, and in these two science labs we have at the school, your child will learn biology, chemistry and physics. Further down the corridor we have our art and design room, where your child can let their creative juices flow. From August 2021 we'll also be introducing design and technology as a subject for our students. Also on this floor we have our Mac lab, where our students will learn computer science. Opposite the Mac lab we have our makerspace room, where our children practice and take part in robotics practice and competitions where they compete against the best schools in Bangkok. At the end of the hall down here we have our music departments, where we have our dedicated classrooms for music, and we also have 12 practice rooms where our students can practice the instruments that they're proficient in during break time and lunchtime. If we were to go upstairs, we have more specialist classrooms on the 5th and the 6th floor. On those floors we have our English, mathematics, Thai, Mandarin, history, geography and our drama classrooms, all taught by UK trained or internationally trained specialist teachers in those subjects.
Welcome to our amazing DBS Sports Centre. You are warmly invited to come and spectate and enjoy your child's participation in many sports on our FIFA certified AstroTurf, our 6-lane running track, our pitch and putt golf course and our newly refurbished tennis courts. At DBS, we are fortunate enough to have not just 1, 2, but 3 sports hall. In Sports Hall 1, that is our full-size indoor basketball court at volleyball and badminton. In Sports Hall 2, the Dragon's Den, we have 2 full-size basketball courts and 6 badminton courts, all under shade. Our new Sports Hall 3 is our outdoor AstroTurf that is used for all ages to improve sports such as football, hockey and rugby. Splash around in our 6-lane, 25-metre newly ventilated swimming pool. We also have a learner's pool for our EY and pre-prep students. I very much hope that you will enjoy this virtual tour and that you can come and visit us to witness our ambition to be a leading school in Southeast Asia, providing first-class, all-round education.
Excellent. Thank you very much to Denla British School for that. While folks, I just noticed that we had a little technical glitch here on our presentation. So I'm going to stop sharing for just a second, and you get to take a pause and take a break here while I make sure that I update our presentation here so that we get everything correct and we get all of the information correct for you in our presentation here. Looks like I've got it going forward now, so I just want to make sure that we share the correct screen again. All right, fantastic. And we should be back cooking with gas, as we like to say for where I'm from. But one thing that I do want to put on the table here is that Denla British School also has a fantastic promotion for the virtual summit here that we have going on. They are doing an admission fee waiver of 30,000 Thai baht and an application fee waiver of 5,000 Thai baht for anybody who mentions that they attended the BKK Kids Virtual School Summit. So please take advantage of that offer. There's some great stuff going on across all of these promotions and whatnot. But as you saw there, world-class campus, just outside of Bangkok there. And, I encourage you, you'll notice as well, this expires on the 31st of May, 2021. So take advantage of it now. We want to have our next little breakout here because we want to talk about mental health for just a second. This is, again, it connects with learning support. It connects with, some of the other pieces that we've already talked about across both the interviews and the information that we put out there. But it's something that's, is really important to me. It's something that it's a topic I've been monitoring very closely over the last year, especially in the pandemic. But mental health is a thing that you really need to consider. We see this in students going to secondary. We see this in students going from secondary into higher education as well. How can you support your child through the pandemic? How can you support your child as schools open and close, as they have different formulations in terms of, can the kids move around? Do they eat lunch together? These kinds of things like we used to do in normal school situations. But then also, just being a kid growing up can be tough in today's, kind of world of super agility, super fast pace, cyberbullying, these types of things. We have, a number of resources that we've already reviewed on BKK Kids. My colleagues right now are putting them into the Facebook chat here on the live. And I really encourage you to go over and check out that blog because this is a resource it's useful and it's relevant to you no matter where you are in the world. But especially when you come to Bangkok, we have resources for professionals that you can reach out to, programs that you can be a part of, and, and something that, if this is an issue, and mental health doesn't necessarily mean that, you have a huge problem, like you're majorly depressed, whatever. Maybe you just need someone to talk to, right? Maybe you just need someone to bounce ideas off of, or, you need someone outside the family to converse with and, just get a gut check on things. We all need mental health days, right? I mean, I'm a huge believer of that as well. So go check out those resources that my colleagues are putting in there, or you can always visit bkkkids.com and, just type in mental health in the blog search, and I'm sure that our resources will appear for you. Next, I want to welcome our next school here, which is KPIS. KPIS is an American education system based on the Common Core state standards. Students learn skills that prepare them for the future: independent thinking, collaboration, creativity, problem solving, and global thinking. Exposure to real-world situations and technology under school-controlled settings allow students to define and logically analyze problems meaningfully. The students begin to respect diversity, actively learn and care about the environment in which they live, collaborate, and create, thus truly becoming global citizens of our world. KPIS is located in the Ramanintra district of Bangkok. Now, without further ado, let's check out KPIS.
At KPIS, we believe in an American education system based on the Common Core state standards. Students learn skills that prepare them for their future, such as independent thinking, collaboration, creativity, problem solving, and global thinking.
Folks, I think that I made the same mistake when we started a Facebook Live. If you're just joining us now, when I started this share, I did not account to remember to share my the sound on my computer. So I'm going to, just to make sure that you guys are all hearing KPIS's full presentation, I want to make sure that I'm going to restart that and do it again. Give me 1 second here. So I want to share sound. Turns out I did do that, so I guess we'll just start it again. I apologize for the inconvenience there, but here we go again.
At KPIS, we believe in an American education system based on the Common Core state standards. Students learn skills that prepare them for their future, such as independent thinking, collaboration, creativity, problem solving, and global thinking. We create a learning environment that guides students to truly become a global citizen of our world. I welcome you to follow us through the different levels of our school.
I like to read in the learning center downstairs.
Why do you like it?
Because they have a lot of books. I like to play the house game.
Here at kindergarten, we believe in creating a love of learning for every student in the early years. Using the principles of creative curriculum combined with the pockets of play and adaptable learning centers and technology centers, we provide an environment that nurtures young minds.
My favorite subject is LA, Social Studies and Science, because a lot projects have been going on in social studies, and we're also doing the science fair. My favorite activity is language arts. Now we get to write letters to other American grade 2 students and how we are learning in class.
A lot of people do say that math is very hard, but once you get used to it, it's actually pretty fun. My teacher likes to put math stations. She'll put these pieces of paper in different parts of the room, and we will just rotate until everyone has done each part.
Here in the elementary school, we recognize that these years are foundational to the academic success of our students. We cherish our time with the learners, and we recognize our role in their healthy development. By embracing instructional strategies such as inquiry-based learning and ownership of learning, our students grow as learners, as students, as friends, as athletes, as artists, and as stewards of our planet.
So I'm in an elective called game design. Game design helped me understand games better.
My favorite subject, music. You can play instruments, you can sing, you can dance.
Club The Onion is a speech and debate club. I really like doing debates because it gives you a chance to think about other people's opinions.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
That's a hard question. I don't really have anything in mind. Yeah.
You're still exploring?
Yeah.
We're still exploring. Me, so we're in high school.
The middle school years are the experimental years for all adolescents. To provide a nurturing environment for these ambitious minds, our middle school is committed to self-development, social-emotional learning, and the continued academic progress for all of our students, and expanding on their abilities in order to transfer these knowledge, skills, and behaviors to new areas of interest.
I applied to the University of York to study chemistry, and the reason that I chose this subject, the teachers guided me through our career counseling sessions, and I was also very motivated to go into something that would lead me to environmental job opportunities.
Thanks to the encouragement of my peers and mostly the teachers, I felt really comfortable in really exploring my limits as a student, or my boundaries, and even trying to cross them to, expand those boundaries.
The high school preparation is the launch pad into the real world. Our high school focuses on pathways to higher education, passion-driven opportunities beyond school, and students engage in prerequisite, extended, and enriching opportunities to sharpen their skills and prepare them for their next level of life. This we believe because knowledge plus insight is our strength.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to KPIS. Really appreciate that. I want to, take a moment before we move forward to our next school and, do a, do a little recap of what we have going on here for it. First of all, if you are on the Facebook Live with us right now, I want to remind you that we have a contest going on, and how to win that contest is pretty simple. There are a couple of trivia questions that we've already said, and there's 2 more trivia questions coming up here over the next hour or so. And, all you have to do is find the answer to those 4 trivia questions, send it into here to info@bkkkids.com before 11:59 p.m. tonight. And then, we're going to put it into our random generator machine and we'll pick out the winners. And here's what you can win. You can win, Amazon gift certificates, right? So we're going to be giving away some Amazon gift certificates. You can win a pair of tickets to Vananava Water Park. Super. I mean, you can see there's a water jungle, super fun and everything like that. But then my personal favorite, obviously, is the one-night stay in the Sofitel Hua Hin. I mean, first of all, who doesn't want to, get away? But going down Hua Hin on us and on the on the Sofitel, that just makes it all much better, right? And the fact that we know things are closed down now. We know things are all online right now, but things will open up in the near future, as they have in Bangkok, throughout the last year. And this is a great opportunity to get away for maybe either just a quick weekend trip, or you tack this on to maybe a long weekend, or a 4-day thing over a holiday or something like that. Excuse me. I want to also take the time to thank everyone who's contributed thus far in the chat over in the Facebook Messenger. I want to remind you that we're here to provide this as a resource so that you can get your questions answered about virtual, about other schools that are out there in Bangkok. We're featuring 20 schools here across this event today, and those 20 schools are not the only 20 schools in Bangkok. Obviously, there's more than 130 international schools. So it really depends on where your children are in the process of growing up. Do you have early years kids? Do you have primary years? Do you have secondary year students? The good news is that we've done all the work for you already. We've gone to all of these schools. We've gotten the information, the critical information, and we put it all in the International Schools Guide. It is something that you can get for free. It's something that's available to you for free if you just go to bkkkids.com/ISG. Now, if you sign up for the virtual summit, you should have already received that in your inbox. Once you sign up, it's a complimentary gift to you for signing up and joining us. And so if you haven't yet, go back to your email, check it out, and you can download that guide for free. Inside the guide is not only information about schools, but it's also information about music. For example, there's a great feature article on how, what type of music opportunities are there in Bangkok. Swimming, swimming is actually a really important thing across Southeast Asia, but also in Thailand. And where can you find swimming resources? Excuse me, learning support resources. We have a whole section on there in where can you find learning support resources for your children, for your family, etc. And then we also have sections on, how each of the different curriculums or pedagogies, stack. Now, I don't want to say they stack up against one another, but how do they differ? How do they compare? And what are theirs? You've got the British curriculum, you've got the American curriculum, you've got the International Baccalaureate curriculum, you've got outdoor education. So, all of these different types of schools exist in the Bangkok and in the, the outer regions of Bangkok. And so we've done our best to put this guide together. Now, this isn't the first time we've done it. The guide this is our 7th edition. So, we've been around, we've been doing this for a long time, and we've got our finger on the pulse of what's going on. I also want to, while you're over there checking out the International Schools Guide, go check out, our events calendar as well about what's happening in Bangkok, because, school is one aspect of life, but there is so many other things to do, right? There's so many other activities that are child or family friendly. And again, we feel like we've had a pretty good pulse on what's happening. I want to return now. I'm just going to do be a little generous here and take us back to the trivia questions that we already put on the table there. So the first trivia question was, how many recommended camp providers do we offer on the bkkkids.com website? So, this little bonus, if you just joined us, this is our first trivia question. And as a reminder, that second trivia question was, which school is featured on the back cover of the 2021 International Schools Guide? So spice up the competition a little bit. Thank you very much for everybody who has paid attention thus far and has joined us. But here you go. If you just joined us, there are the two questions that we had going on there. And it turns out that the next slide I actually have to present is our third trivia question as well. So what was the last giveaway on bkkkids.com? We give away a lot of stuff on BKK Kids, and we do this because of the generosity of the organizations, the schools, the commercial providers, the businesses that not only support us, but they want to connect with the community that we have out there. This is the English speaking community throughout Bangkok. And so we're able to give away some really, really fantastic stuff. And now I'm not going to give it away, but I want to make sure that you go over and check out what was the last giveaway that we gave, that we did on BKK Kids on them. And I'm looking at my slides here and I realized that I made a mistake. So I want to call it out right now. In that KPIS, the educational institution, the school that we just saw the video for before I kind of went on riffing there, they also have a promotion for the virtual school summit, and their promotion is it's an enrollment fee waiver of 50,000 Thai baht and an application and processing fee waiver of 5,000 Thai baht. Now that's a pretty generous offer, right? I mean, these are extra expenses in a time when maybe you are moving your family, or maybe you're considering moving schools if you're already in Bangkok. And it's always great to save some money, especially if you can save it in the enrollment process. Yes. And so there you go. Another promotion from one of our schools from KPIS, which I believe, I can't see it on my screen right now. I just got to find it. It says that it's applicable until June 30th, 2021. And so, a little bit of time urgency around that because it's, April 23rd right now. So make sure that you go check out KPIS, as all of these schools have recommended. The best next step for so many of them is go visit them, inquire, put your inquiry into their website, maybe fill out that initial application form, get the process rolling. But then if you have the opportunity, I know that Bangkok is considering to starting open up, but there is a pathway into Bangkok right now. Even though things are on lockdown right now, there is a pathway in terms of, quarantine and then, being able to visit these schools. If you're already located in Bangkok and you're considering changing schools, obviously visiting the campus, considering, where do you want your family to be located? Where do you have to go to work, and those kinds of things makes all the difference. But as we had one of our speakers recommend earlier as well, going to a campus and then really allowing yourself to sort of sink into it for a while, right? Like not just going on the tour and getting the, getting the tour while kids are in class or whatnot, but being able to spend some time on a campus while, lunch break is happening, or a recess is happening, or some other activity that's outside the classroom, because it gives you a totally different feel of, what does the student body feel like? What languages are the children speaking? How are people interacting? What's the energy? What's the general vibe? I know that was huge for my wife and I, when we first came to Bangkok and we were looking around, going to the campuses, feeling that different energy, and just sort of really getting a sense for, where do we feel like we're going to fit in, and where do we feel like, our kids are going to get served best or feel most comfortable. We on paper, we had thought we had made one decision, and then, we ended up, choosing and making a very, very different decision once we actually got to the city, checked it out, figured out where we wanted to live, and, made the connection with the school. And I don't know if you're like me, but so much revolves around, the choice of this school. And of course, that really, really important choice of where our kids are going to be involved for the next, many years. It changed where we were going to live. It changed, a whole bunch of things, and that ultimately ended up being the community that we were involved in. So I really appreciate that. I want to just make sure that everybody is, if you are considering a school, If you are considering moving to Bangkok, if you are considering moving to, moving within Bangkok, now's a great opportunity. You have 12 schools that are available, right now in this Facebook chat. And it's a time to ask those questions that maybe you've been wanting to ask about their curriculum, about what's it like to get to their location. Well, what are the different resources that they have available on campus? What is the student teacher ratio? What are the prices? We have these resources available to you, and I really, really encourage you. I'm looking over here at the Facebook Live chat as it's going on right now. A big thank you to the parents that have contributed right now. But I'd really like to reach out. I see there's, more than 40 people online right now watching this, and we'd love to hear your questions. These are schools they're interested in the making sure that they do the best for your student or your child, and so now's the time to get those questions answered. There was another resources that my colleagues have also posted in the Facebook Live chat as well. Just here a few seconds ago, we have been, as an organization, BKK Kids have been, working very hard to curate a list. Actually, it's a huge extensive list. I want to call it a library at this stage of a huge library of online resources, online learning resources. Now that Bangkok is in lockdown for right now, all the schools are closed and everybody's online. This is this resource becomes super important once again. This is a list of resources that are everything from virtual tours of places around the world, like national parks and geographic places, to virtual tours of museums and important places in the world. Online resources for mathematics, for statistics, for science, for technology, online reading resources. How do you keep your kids engaged and keep that learning moving forward? Engagement is a huge topic, especially as we have found over the last year in the pandemic, is how do you keep that 4 or 5 year old, or even that 6 or 7 year old engaged when they're having to interact with their educational experience through a screen. There's a lot of great answers there, and I'm not going to sit here and have that discussion by myself. But one of the things that list of that resource of all of those online learning opportunities, one of the things that we know is variety and repetition and spacing it out are critical pieces of that, right? So a self-determined learner is one that is asking those questions at someone who is we're listening to what their needs are and where they want to go, and so let's provide them the resources in order to move that forward. I'm just looking at our schedule right now. We're actually a little ahead of schedule right now about where we wanted to be. The next school that we're going to be talking about here is Mul Tripakti International School, but I want to give it just a few minutes before we go online with them, because we are ahead of time and I want to make sure that they are able to interact with you in the Facebook chat. So we're going to take a pause, and I'm going to look at what can we circle back to here. I'm going to remind everybody again, that we have our first 3 trivia questions now. And so, as we continue to move forward, there's only one more trivia question yet to be found. But our trivia questions do, offer you the opportunity to win some cool prizes, right? These cool prizes are Amazon gift certificates, the global shopping, giant around the world. Another prize that you can win are some tickets to Vananava. And so, Vananava is, a great water park that you can, it's not too far away. It's an excellent time. We're giving away 4 pairs of tickets to go to Vananava. And then, really the granddaddy of the prizes is this one night giveaway to the Sofitel in Hua Hin. And in order to do that, just, listen to that, for that last and 4th trivia question, and we will you're able to get those 4 trivia questions, find the answers to them, and then submit those answers to info@bkkkids.com before 11:59 today, for 11:59 p.m. So midnight tonight, and we will put those all into our sort of our random number generator, and we will pick the winners from there. Right now, I'm going to take the opportunity. I'm going to stop my sharing for a second, and I'm actually going to just share a resource with you that is available to you right now for free. So I'm going to share something different with you. I want to show you what our International Schools Guide looks like. I'm going to make it small here just for a second, just to give you a sense of the type and the depth and breadth of information here. You can see I'm scrolling through this thing, literally, 100 pages of information about all of the schools in Bangkok, all the international schools in Bangkok, and critical information, that's important to how are you going to make, have a successful life in Bangkok as a family. So if you look at any school, let's just pick one randomly here. We'll go down here. For any particular school, let's look at Centurion School. We're going to provide you with a ton of information, not only, what the school is, but where they're located, they're clearly their contact information, their website and whatnot. But then look at this: level of instruction, age ranges of the students, curriculum, the pedagogical approach, the language of instruction, some of the extracurricular languages. Some of these schools offer extracurricular languages, in the, dozens, which is really, really exciting. We also have, for every school, we have sort of ranges of annual tuition, right? We can't give you the exact, tuition for each thing because it varies from level to level. And so we give you some ranges in the nursery, the kindergarten, primary, and the secondary levels. We look at maximum class size. So, and again, we do that per level because in many schools it varies. Either the classes are smaller at the early years level, and then they get a little bigger as you get older, or some variation thereof. We look at teacher-student ratio and number of foreign nationals, because that's an interesting thing. Is you want to make sure that the school is really truly international and that it's really representative of that. And then we have this other thing about campus facilities, and it's really interesting to see. Every school has high quality services and high quality environment, but they really do vary. As you can see from the videos that we've had thus far, these campuses are beautiful, right? These facilities are beautiful. They're gorgeous, but they're continuing to evolve. Like you saw Shrewsbury there, where they've just opened, their city campus, and they have the Riverside campus, but the Riverside campus is continuing to evolve and grow, and they have a development plan through 2025, etc. You saw, I believe it was Mayas International, their international school. They are developing a middle school, and they're just breaking ground on that. We had Bangkok Prep. They were talking about, we were lucky enough to have a couple of guests on the stage with me here a little earlier. They were talking about how they're continuing to develop out on Nut, and not only do they have their secondary facility that is open right now, but they are breaking ground on developing a new primary facility out there as well. And as you're going to see as we continue to move on here over the next hour, there are a number of other schools that have just grown out. Again, King's College, which is one of the schools that we featured a little while ago, which I believe is around here somewhere. King's College is, it only opened in September 2020, so it's not even a year old, and again, super modern facilities. But at the same time, you can see they all offer their own flavor, their own unique spin on what makes education great. Coming back to the ISG, to the International Schools Guide 2021, this is something that we've been producing for 7 years now. So this information is kept up to date every year. We call every single school, we work with every single school to get their information, make sure it's correct, make sure it's updated, to keep track of those you know, those key changes, those key features that you're hearing about right now? Is there a new campus? Are there new grade levels that are offering? Has the tuition changed? You know, all those little details that are extremely important into your decision making. Something else that's important, and I'm just gonna scroll down to the bottom here, is that the International School Guide is not just a database of material about the schools. It's also information that's important as a parent, right? So as you can see right here, the benefits of learning to play an instrument in the early years, right? We talk about brain development, patience and tenacity, believe in yourself, emotional benefits. And then we give a whole bunch of resources about music centers around Bangkok that you can contact today. You can use this information today and, you know, to support your young learner. Sorry, need a little drink of water there. What's some of the other articles that we have? Swimming classes for babies and young children in Bangkok. I mentioned this earlier. Such an important skill, right? Not only just for everyone in general, but you know, there's a lot of water activities around Bangkok. There's a lot of islands. There's a lot of opportunities to be around water, and so learning to swim is an extremely important skill to have in general, but so much, all the more so in Thailand as well. So we offer all of these opportunities, all of these resources for where you can get your children trained to swim in Bangkok. What are some of the other articles? I'm just going to take us up to the top of the document here. So we talk about the value of international education. You don't have to make the choice to go to an international school. You can make the choice to go to a local school or a home school. You can go to a boarding school outside of Thailand, but the quality of the international school or schools in Thailand, is on par with anything else in the world, any other city in the world or any other great city. And we talk about why that's the case, the value of an international school education. And we talk about the different types of curriculum, right? So the American curriculum, the British curriculum, the IB and world, the IB programs in the IB world schools. We actually have a whole, section on what IB is all about and what's important about it. What does it mean? How does it work? What are the important aspects of it? Another resource that we put into the ISG this year, this is actually a new one. This wasn't in the first 6 editions, but we put it in this year, is, how are you going to choose that school? And we've offered up a couple of resources for, a checklist for that your school tour. It's so easy to go on a school tour and then kind of, you walk out of the campus and you're just like, oh, I forgot to ask that question, or I didn't check out the dining facility, or, we forgot to look at, what do the sports facilities look like, or something like that. And so we created this checklist for you. So, it's just really a starting place for you, but we recommend having this list for you before you go check out these schools so that you can make sure that you're really, kind of getting a real apples to apples comparison for all of the schools that you're going to go check out. We also have our admissions checklist as well that we've created about what types of information that you're going to need when you do apply, types like your children's medical records there, any learning support activities that are needed. Where did they go to school before? Do you need transcripts, those kinds of things? And then some advice on, how to make this process as seamless and as easy as possible. We also have an article on the importance of STEM and STEAM in education. And this one's near and dear to my heart. I'm a futurist in general. I love technology. I love the sciences, engineering, math, etc. And so, it's an increasingly important skill for every profession at this stage, being adept at those disciplines. You don't have to become an engineer, right? You don't have to become a mathematician or a scientist even, but understanding the underlying principles behind all of those is an incredibly important piece, to having a successful career, again, in almost any fashion now, regardless of where you are in the world and regardless of what you want to do. Being able to control, manipulate technology, being able to understand how things work and how they interact, not only for your own career advancement, but also to protect yourself, against others who may use those against you, etc. So we've provided a whole article here on where those opportunities are in Bangkok, why it's important, and what you want to focus on. Final article I think that we have here, and we may have one article after this. Oh, we have one on the importance of play. We have another article on the early years education, about what early years education could and should look like. And then we have the importance of play. So, play-based education, Reggio Emilia, forest schooling, etc. There's another one in here about outdoor education, I believe, as well. And then, I've talked about it three times now. I believe that, the importance of learning support and the availability of learning support across these schools. And we have this section in the ISG that points you to a dozen resources that are learning support centers in Bangkok. So if you have a child that has special needs, right? If they truly have, identifiable abilities or differences in the way that they learn or the way that they interact with the world, these are centers that can actually, they're prepared to help you out. Or even if you just, you need a little extra support for one of your children, if you need some tutoring, if you need something like that, these are places that can point you in the right direction as well. Changing it from a stigma to an opportunity, really. And we even have, we have a whole article on the help for dyslexia and autism in Bangkok. An issue that many families struggle with, again, is how do we change the language, change the perception around this, and really, rather than looking at this as a disability or something that debilitates us, how can we turn it into an opportunity to grow and to find a new way to do things? Ooh, you know what? I admit that I forgot this article was even in the ISG, but incredibly important for many parents that are in there. What is the guardian visa in Bangkok, or in Thailand in general, and how does it work? We've had, someone, Chris Larkin, who is a friend of BKK Kids, has been a friend for a long time. He wrote this article for us, and for many families, a company is bringing you here, a government is bringing you to Thailand, or some other situation. There's a reason why you're coming to Thailand from another place. And in many, many cases, that means that you have a support structure that is going to make sure that you have the correct visas and the correct work permits and whatnot in order to be in Bangkok. But Bangkok, the Thailand also offers an interesting opportunity for those who are in a situation where they don't have that kind of support. And if you have a student that's been accepted into an international school, that we've been talking about throughout the morning here, the guardian visa is an opportunity. And this article walks you through, not so, I won't say it's not step by step, right? This isn't sort of go do this, go do this, go do this, but it is a very clear overview of what this visa is used for, what are the proper ways to do it, and where you might want to seek support if this becomes or if this is a necessary option for you and your family. So friends, this is the International School Guide. If you signed up for this virtual school summit, you got one of these for free. Right, this was our gift to you for signing up for the summit. It's a thank you gift. Go look in your inbox right now and look for our thank you note to you, our thank you email, and you will see that you can go download that for free. If you're just joining us on Facebook Live because you were notified of it, or a friend told you about this, or something like that, we also offer it to you for for free right now as well. All you have to do is go to bkkkids.com/ISG. We ask for your email because we want to make sure that we're able to send it to you, and you can download it for free there as well. Now, I think it's time to move on. We have, I'm not sure how many more schools we have to go through, but we have a few. So I want to go into Mool Tripakti. I know that my colleagues, over at BKK Kids, they're probably killing me for my pronunciation of that, but that is, this next school, MIS, that we're going to be talking about next. So if you give me a second, I'm going to reshare my screen and we will take it away. Fantastic. We should be cooking with gas at this stage again. And away we go. I will take us down to where we were. This is just a reminder that our third trivia question was, what was the last giveaway on bkkkids.com? And again, I encourage you right now, you can go over to bkkkids.com right now, and there is a section right there on our homepage about giveaways. So go down and check that out. Okay, let's move forward with, again, I'm going to try to pronounce, and I really apologize to all of my colleagues in Bangkok and whatever. You know, I'm still working, and I try very hard to do this correctly. Mul Tripakti International School. Let's take it forward and let's have them give us their presentation.
Mul Tripakti International School officially opened on the 25th of August 2010, providing a quality school based on the UK curriculum from early years to secondary school. At this time, the school was known as Montessori Children's Center International, or MCCI. As MCCI's reputation and student body grew, a plan was developed to launch a full-scale international primary school at a new, more spacious site as MIS. As MIS, we have grown along with student demand into a campus-style international school for over 650 students aged 3 to 18. Our early years program utilizes the British EYFS curriculum with a Montessori approach, offering children a world-class education while integrating and applying the concepts of the Montessori system. This promotes the development of the whole child and allows students to discover their interests. MIS nurtures students' curiosity up until the university application process, with state-of-the-art facilities, including a new STEAM building to accommodate the development of skills in science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. To prepare students for their International General Certificates of Education, IGCSEs, our Cambridge-accredited secondary school encourages learning that is creative, so students enjoy and take pride in their work and enter university with a desire to solve some of the world's greatest problems. At MIS, we believe some of the most significant learning happens outside the classroom. That is why our school offers a balanced school day with plenty of time for extracurricular activities, whole school competitions, and festive celebrations. Our sports program promotes physical development and cultivates teamwork through regular competition with other international schools in the area, as well as exciting events such as Sports Day and our annual swimming gala. We celebrate multiculturalism with our many holiday activities such as Loi Krathong, Songkran, Halloween, Christmas, Chinese New Year, and International Fun Fair. Our on-site organic farm ensures safe, nutritious, high-quality meals filled with the things children need for proper development. MIS students also use our garden to learn about the plant life cycle, gain inspiration for art projects, or simply take a moment to relax before their next academic lesson. With the freshest of ingredients picked from the MIS organic garden, our team of skilled cooks then prepare a multitude of different Thai and international dishes. Offering a rotating menu, our cooks ensure variety while maintaining that each meal consists of a main dish, a soup, and a salad. Each day as students arrive at MIS, they are happily welcomed by our in-house security team, who keep MIS a protective learning environment. Students are then personally greeted by an MIS teacher who makes sure they enter campus safely. Once on campus, you can rest assured your child is in good hands, as our enhanced safety system utilizes security cameras to monitor various points throughout the school. School should be like a second home for your child. It's where they spend more than half of each day, so choose a school that makes them happy, where they receive a quality education with a friendly atmosphere. MIS.
Let's hear it for those folks at MIS. Thank you very much for that presentation. Really, really appreciate it. Just making sure what I need to mention next here. You know, if you have a question for MIS, for KPIS, for Patina, for Bangkok Prep, for King's, for whomever else, you know, for the two St. Andrews schools, for Shrewsbury, and for the schools that are coming forward, please, you know, go over to that, you know, you're watching me right now on Facebook Live. So come over to that chat room right there, put your questions in there, and we can get them answered through our, you know, for the schools that are not only here sponsoring, but, you know, around as well. I want to take a moment now to go to our next school. Oh, look at that. I almost forgot that. I'm glad that I pushed next on the slide here, because MIS also has a promotion if you are a member of this virtual school summit. And that promotion is a 10,000 baht discount on the registration fee and a 2,500 Thai baht application fee waiver. This also, as you can see there, it expires on May 31st, 2021. So, you know, you've got just over a month now to, you know, take that opportunity. Go over, check out MIS, you know, not only look through their website, if you have the opportunity to go and look at their campus, you know, take advantage of these discounts while you can. I believe that our friends at MIS as well are you know, waiting for your questions now in the chat. If you are interested, you know, throw them in there. What didn't you learn in that video that is important to you as a parent? What do you need to know about the campus, about this, the student body, about the pedagogy, about the different types of things that are important to you as a family? Next up, before I go to our next school, I want to make mention of another interesting opportunity, or another interesting piece that over on the BKK Kids website. You know, we've spent a lot of time today talking about the International Schools Guide. We spent a lot of time, you know, walking through these 20 schools and what's happening in Bangkok. But we've actually started to now expand our personal directory of schools and school resources to something called Beyond Bangkok. So again, let's see if I can do it here. Just going to check. If you are, you know, if you're looking right now, you should be able to see on the BKK Kids site, voila, it works. That, you know, all of the information about all these schools is available on our website. It's not only available in the International Schools Guide, but it's also available on our site. You can go through and look through our premium schools, our featured schools, I apologize. But then we've started something that's Beyond Bangkok. And Beyond Bangkok looks at those schools like BPIS in Phuket, right? So you can see that we have, you know, we're a new growing list of schools that are, you know, not necessarily inside Bangkok, but, you know, go beyond and actually are in other places outside. Like, you know, for instance, St. Andrews mentioned that they have a, you know, they have not only their 3 campuses inside Bangkok proper, but then they also have, you know, the Green Valley campus down on the eastern seaboard there. And so we're, you know, continuing, you know, this is us continuing to grow our muscle, continuing to evolve the information that we provide to you, our community, about the schools that are out there and the opportunities that are available. So moving on, the next school we have here is NIST. Over the course of a few days in December of 1989, a group of parents, teachers, and school leaders drafted a 3-page document calling for a new international school in Thailand. a school that is inclusive in its orientation, seeking and encouraging diversity in staff and students. They described a caring atmosphere where all would be held to high standards of tolerance and respect. When NIST opens its gates on the Sunday morning of August 13th, 1992, 502 young learners turned that dream into a reality. Our NIST went on to become the first international baccalaureate world school in Thailand. In the years since, thousands of students, parents, and teachers have left their mark on the school, embracing continued growth and improvement in service of NIST's mission to inspire, empower, and enrich lives. NIST is more than a school. It is a community that believes that education can transform us and in turn transform the world. NIST is located in the center of Sukhumvit, close to the Asok BTS. Let's go take a look at their presentation. Awesome. Thank you very much to NIST for providing us that. Something that you could ask NIST about are things like their Global Citizens Diploma. It's an interesting, unique program at NIST, and I would love to hear any questions that you may have for the NIST community or the NIST staff and faculty about how that Global Citizens Diploma work. And I'd also like to hear questions about, what their global development, or sorry, their campus development program is, which my understanding is that will be, happening and beginning in August of 2021. Much like you saw with Shrewsbury and other schools, these are institutions that are constantly revitalizing and constantly looking to make sure that they stay on the cutting edge, make sure that they provide the best in class facilities for all of the students. So it'd be great to hear from NIST about those in the Facebook chat as well. Coming up next, we have our final breakout session here on music options. As you saw in when I was going through the International Schools Guide, we have an article in the International Schools Guide that talks about the importance of learning an instrument at an early age. Something that my family does with our children. It's something my parents did with me. And music, it's something that's a part of all of our lives. And so while the goal doesn't necessarily have to be, that you're going to become a performing musician or, a professional musician down the road. Being able to interact with, understand, and sort of diagnose what's going on in music gives you that deeper connection to it. There's also plenty of research out there that, talks about the connection between music and happiness, music and different forms of intelligence, music and how it helps us to relate, stress reduction, anxiety reduction, as a creative outlet, all of these different reasons why music is important. So if you go over to bkkkids.com, you're going to download that International Schools Guide. First, there's going to be that article there, but we also have some incredible resources in our blog and, throughout the website on options for where you can learn to play music, where you can get music lessons, where you can buy musical instruments, and making the case for why studying music is a really important piece going forward. I mean, even if you just look at it in terms of, you want to get into a great college, here's another skill set that you could put on the table, or your child could put on the table to say, this is something that I not only know how to do, but here's what it's taught me about how to be a broader and deeper person, with the ability to contribute to, a world that's going to become a better place. So this is our last breakout session. And so I just want to say, if you're following along, we're kind of getting to the end here. We're going to have that fourth trivia question coming up here pretty soon. I'm just looking through my notes here. It looks like I think we have 4 more schools to go through. And then we'll be wrapping up here. So we probably got, about 20, I'm going to say we're going about another 30 minutes or so. So this is it. This is your opportunity right now. We've invited these schools to come and be a part of this chat, so that you can get your questions answered. So, again, this is your opportunity. You got about 20, 30 minutes left to put those questions into the Facebook Live chat there, so that these schools can respond to you. What is it that you're interested in? What is it that is, those critical deciding factors? Don't be afraid. Come over and join us. That said, here's our next school, Raintree International. Raintree International School in Sathorn, Bangkok provides a progressive British curriculum early childhood program for 1 to 5-year-olds. Raintree provides a safe and nurturing environment that combines the British curriculum with a Reggio-inspired teaching philosophy. You heard me talk about that earlier, Reggio Emilia, right? Above all, Raintree places a special emphasis on fostering creativity and communication while developing each unique child within our community of lifelong learners. So without further ado, let's check out Raintree's presentation. Thank you so much to Raintree for that fantastic presentation. Much like several of the other schools that we have here in the virtual summit, Raintree would like to offer a special promotion for you as well. You can see here that they're offering no application fee, which has a value of about 3,000 Thai baht for anyone who has attended the summit today. So please, if you're considering an early years education, check out Raintree and mention this offer, because again, 3,000 baht is it's a way to move past that those registration fees and making choosing a school easier. So again, Raintree International School, no application fee for anyone who mentions that they came to our virtual summit. The next school that we have on the table here is Regents International School. Regents International School in Bangkok is one of the leading schools in Thailand. Regents is a day and boarding school for 2 to 18 years old, passionate about developing the whole person through academic, physical, cultural, and social experiences. Regents is guided by the British curriculum from the early years foundation stage, the UIFS, leading to IGCSEs, although we go beyond it in many places. Post 16, Regents adopts the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program. Academic results at Regent are excellent. They score some of the best IB results in Thailand and Southeast Asia in general. Regent students go to some of the best universities in the world, and we have a fantastic extracurricular provision. This school works hard to cultivate a friendly, happy family atmosphere whilst not shirking from hard work and high standards. Regents is located in the Ramanine Pracha, Udhit Road, and Longsong campuses at Lumpini. So there are 2 campuses there that we want to talk about. So without further ado, here is Regents' presentation.
About this school is that I like to hang out with my friends and learn interesting subjects in classes. My favorite thing about this school is how friendly and kind everyone is. My favorite subject is math and art. First of all, art, because I like being creative, and in art I get to let my creativity go wild. There are a lot of good teachers in this school. What do I like about the teachers? I think a good teacher is someone who can make us enjoy learning. Someone who can make the subjects exciting. At Regents, the teachers know how to make the subject fun. I like how kind and humorous they are to help us study and make us entertained while we are studying either something like literature or math.
I really like the school environment. I feel that Regents is like a very large family. We're tightly knitted. And what I really like about Regents is that everyone is really close, and we're like a family, and everyone is very warm and welcoming.
The one word to describe it is welcoming.
Similar to Harry Potter, we have 4 houses. We have the green crocodile, the best house if I may say so myself, yellow tiger, red dragons, and blue house.
First of all, she's from green house, which means she's Slytherin. You're the bad guy. What the house system introduces to us is the fact that in a house there's students from every single year group, which means that there will always be big brother, big sister, and little brother and little sister. And houses events such as house competitions, it gives students an opportunity to help those younger than them or ask help from those older than them.
So the Regents Medical Volunteer Society is a group of aspiring doctors. It is established originally as a CAST project, part of the IB diploma program. However, it has evolved to become a school-based organization with the support of the school.
I have to say, I want to help people. One of the things that money can't buy is health. If I manage to become a doctor, I would have the knowledge and the capability of helping someone in a way that literally almost no one else can. For me, the key word is opportunity. The amount of opportunity that you receive once you join this school, it's tremendous and it's amazing. This school also provides us with a very diverse course of academics, which allows us to try new things out to make sure that what the career path that we've chosen is the one that we truly want.
All regions have offered me countless opportunities to develop my characters and ability that equips me for university. Regents has offered me many chances to hone my leadership skills through positions such as head girl, vice house captain, and vice president of the student council.
Being a Boston student here is really cool because we are able to meet lots of new friends from all around the world. I think it's very cool because we are able to learn where they are from and what they like to do.
Being a boarding student is like having a second home in Bangkok, where you're always in a safe environment. What I like most about the boarding house is that you have a balanced life. You can do whatever you want for most of the days. You also have a range of different activities to choose from, that we can learn how to manage our time, money, and resources.
There are many advantages of being a boarding student, such as we are able to learn how to become independent for our future life. We are able to learn new skills that are important to us.
At Regents, it's just a fantastic place. So we have wonderful students, we have ambitious parents, committed teachers, and caring staff members. The way we bring out the best in our students at Regents is by helping them to bring out the best in themselves. So we give them the confidence and the skills to empower themselves. And self-awareness is really important. It's one of our round square discoveries. And by talking about our children's strengths, how they can improve in their learning, what it is they need to do to go to the next stage of their academic development, all of those different things help children to understand themselves, to know what they need to do better, to have the real confidence to ask for help when they need it. And by providing the support that we do around their social, emotional and academic care, our children really do develop into well-rounded leaders and citizens of the future.
My central role is to make sure that everybody is clear about the school's vision and the direction that we're heading in. So I work closely with the board and the senior leadership team in strategically planning for the future, looking at aspects such as curriculum, enrichment, well-being and campus development. Our key aim all the time is to ensure that our students, all the way from early years to the sixth form, that they are well prepared for university, but also for careers and for the world. In terms of university destinations, our students go to the States, they go to Canada, they go to prestigious universities in the UK, but also they go to excellent universities here in Thailand and Southeast Asia.
So for us as parents, our children are the most important, and that's non-negotiable. We want the best for them all the time. And we look at two main things. One is the academic level, the experience of the school, the experience of the staff, the teachers. And the second one is, of course, the welcoming environment. We try to imagine how happy the children will be there, and that's the most important for us. And at Regents, we found both of that. First, their experience, their staff expertise, the availability of the extracurricular activities, and of course the emphasis that they put on excellence in everything they do. But also the warm environment, the caring teachers, the amazing admission staff that helped us feel so welcome from the first moment we walked in.
Our vision is to bring out the best in everyone. This is everyone in the school community, students and staff. The school's mission is taken from that of the founder and current chairman of the board, Dr. Virachai Techavidit.
Super fantastic presentation. One of the things that I find really interesting about many of the international schools is that boarding option as well as day option, right? And Regents isn't the only one in Bangkok that offers this option. I'm not going to try to remember them. They're in that international schools guide, right? But it really does offer those a variety of different ways that you can approach this international school education. And some of them I've even seen. You have a full-time boarding option, you have a part-time boarding option, then you have a day option, right? So you can kind of do a hybrid there. If you just want to have your child away a couple days of the campus, learn that independence, be a part of that campus community. Pretty cool stuff. So check out Regents International School on that website that we've created as well. Not only going to Regents as well, but we give you direct links directly to their admissions and their website. And as several other schools have as well, Regents is offering, for their Longsong campus and their Rama 9 campus, both campuses, 50% discount on registration fees and a special discount on tuition fees. So, when you go over and you check them out, if Regents is a school that you're interested in, mention that you came to the virtual summit and they'll give you these discounts, which again, nothing to shake a stick at there. If you have additional questions for Regents, maybe it's about boarding, maybe it's about the activities, maybe it's about their vision, maybe it's how, they're, some other aspect of the school, put them in the chat right now. Regents would love to answer your questions, about the school, about how they operate, about how they can, care for your child and help and nurture and grow them. 2 more schools left. We still have 1 trivia question left, so that we can get we can give away those prizes here. So I'm really super happy for those of you that stuck around through this. 2 more schools. So let's move on to our second to last school, one of the newest schools in Bangkok, which is Verso. Verso asks you to challenge yourself with something new, because traditional isn't the only way. At Verso, they use a competency-based learning, or CBL, to equip your kids with the understanding and skills that they will need to succeed in university and beyond. As a Verso graduate, your child will earn an accredited U.S. high school diploma. In addition to a traditional transcript, Verso also provides your child with a skills mastery transcript. So that's this is a new way to look at education, and they are located in the Bang Na district of Bangkok. Super new school. I've been on the campus. Really, really nice. Let's check out their presentation. Thank you very much to our friends over at Verso, for providing that great presentation as well. Again, super fantastic campus, just like you've seen with all of these schools. The thought, the vision put into the campuses, put into the facilities, put into the environment your kids are going to be in. It's extraordinary, right? It's absolutely extraordinary. This is what makes Bangkok one of the highest and most highly desirable places to come, not only to live, but then also to educate your children. Really interested. My colleagues are putting some there's some questions there in the chat. Sorry, misspoke about Verso, because it is one of the new schools. It's just like King's and some of the other schools that we mentioned here. Be really interested to hear from Verso as well, like what level that students go up to. I'd also like to learn more about the competency-based learning as well. What exactly does that mean? Even though, as I said in the beginning, it does turn into, or the equivalent, of a high school diploma from the United States. How does competency-based learning work, and what are the features of it? Because it's something new to me as well. Our final school, ladies and gentlemen, is on the table now. And oh, darn it, I'm glad that I pushed next on the slides here, because this is one of the best specials that you're going to see, here at the 2021 BKK Kids Virtual Summit. 50% off tuition for early years 2 through grade 10. And 20% off tuition for 4 consecutive years, not just this year, not next year, but for 4 consecutive years for early years 2 to grade 10. So you can see it here on the screen right now. So you can either get your 50% off your tuition fees for the 2021 academic year, or you can get 20% off for 4 consecutive years. So it's really interesting. Do you want to have that? It's one of those things. If you win the lottery, do you want to get a lump sum payment right now that's smaller than the grand prize, or do you want to have an annuity that pays out over time? You can make your own financial decision there, but both of these are extraordinarily generous offers on the tuition fees for Verso. And so just mention that going forward. Again, I want to remind you as well, before we get into the last school here, that all of this information is on the BKK Kids website. You can find that information in the chat there, which is bkkkids.com/the 2021 Virtual School Summit. All of this information, these promotions, the videos, etc., they're all available there. Taking to our final school, Wells International. A branch of the Everclear Education Group, Wells offers an American and IB University preparatory curriculum to children from kindergarten to high school. Comprising 3 campuses in central Bangkok, Wells has expanded rapidly since its founding in 1999 and now serves approximately 1,000 students who represent over 24 nationalities. At Wells, the aim is to change the world one student at a time. Throughout the entire curriculum, from kindergarten to high school, Wells prepares students for the challenges they will face at university and beyond, while helping them to adapt to an ever-changing world. Wells is proud to have alumni accepted into the world's leading universities, and Wells students have gone on to study at universities such as Caltech, which has been ranked as the best university in the world. So without further ado, let's take a look at our final presentation for the Virtual School Summit.
Many students think that school is somewhere they're forced to go, but I feel that Wells is somewhere I want to go.
In this world, there are so many things to learn and explore. Students are learning new things and being prepared for the future, which stands in front of them.
Wells International School is a school geared towards providing students with the highest quality of education. While being a relatively small school compared to the big names in Bangkok, its commitment and dedication towards education gives very similar opportunities to its students. We call it a well-rounded educational experience. I feel that the school embraces a unique curriculum, particularly in high school, where students are provided with AP and pre-IB classes in the first 2 years of high school.
I can say that Wells have always pushed my limit, whether it's about academics or extracurricular programs. We have a wide variety of creativity, activity, and service opportunities for students such as the arts, athletics, and service learning programs.
We believe in team spirit and team support.
As an athlete, I learned the significance of teamwork, which gives me the courage to stand up after making mistakes. Additionally, I've been given numerous opportunities to become a better leader.
I've learned many things academically from this school. I've learned that this is where we learn, build character, and grow.
The many service learning opportunities and trips in my school helped me find my passion in making my school community, local community, and the world a better place.
I think that most importantly, I'll be able to take what I've learned today and change the world in the future. Wells has never forced someone who was born a bird to swim. Wells teach them to fly.
I've been working at this campus since we opened our doors over 10 years ago in 2006, seeing our first graduating class of 17 students in 2010, all the way to our most recent graduating class with approximately 50 Wells alumni ready to take on the world.
Every time I look back at Wells, I have extremely fond memories. In addition to that, my transition to university from Wells Seahawk to a Northwestern Wildcat was incredibly smooth because of all the support I received from Wells.
Childhood is an important stage about the development that shapes what we become in the future.
One thing that I would like to say about Wells is technically like a second home to me, where I've been studying for almost over 16 years. And yeah, I really miss it. Thank you.
Wells, in a word, it would be supportive, because back in high school, whatever I wanted to do, there was always someone out there to support me and guide me all through the way.
However, no matter how much we have grown, or how much we may continue to grow, we have always adhered to the philosophy that each and every student is unique, with unique interests, unique skills, ambitions, and aspirations. Of course, the success of such programs depends largely on our teachers and school leaders. I feel that, collectively, the teaching staff doesn't only need to be knowledgeable in their specific subject areas, they need to be passionate about it. Whether in the classroom, on a performance stage, on volleyball court, or overseas while on one of our many travel programs, you will most certainly find passionate teachers, coaches, mentors. Our students feed off of that passion, and hence, learning comes naturally.
I love being at school, and I love Wells.
Family. Unity. Multicultural.
Amazing!
A dream come true.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Wells International School. Really appreciate it. Really compelling stuff there from at the end with the the testimonials from the students who graduated and gone on to college as well. I thought that was the only time we saw that in any of the presentations. Thought that was really compelling. Great way to end this, this summit. A couple of things before, I wrap things up here. I just want to give a shout out to one, our partner Bumangred Hospital. They were just voted the #1 hospital in Bangkok. And, this is another thing to think about if you're coming to Bangkok and you're going to be, choosing a school, you're going to be living there for a while. Where are you going to get your quality healthcare? So, we do have a partner in Bumangred, and I wanted to give a shout out to them. And congratulations on that distinction as being the #1 hospital in Bangkok. A second thing that I want to point out is that, we've gone through many of the features of the information that we provided BKK Kids, but that one thing that we've recently added that I wanted to point out is a section on bumps and babies. And this is important, if you're bringing your family here, if you are considering having another child, if you're about to have another child or whatnot, a ton of resources there for not only what that process looks like, how you can get support in that process in Bangkok, in Thailand, but also then, what are the facilities available to you, et cetera, et cetera. So go and check that out over at bkkkids.com. So going forward, there is, Wells International. Our final school also has a special offer for you here because of the virtual summit. And they have a special campus development fee promotion for anyone who mentions the BKK Kids Virtual School Summit. So they have the On Nut campus, the Tonglor campus, and the Bang Not campus. Go check them out right now. You can see, you can scan a QR code right there on the screen right now, or you can just go over to bkkkids.com / the 2021 Virtual School Summit. And you can inquire with them about how to apply this discount for them on those campus development fees. But here we go. Our final trivia question. Which school wrote the feature article on STEM and STEAM in the 2021 ISG guide? Now, if you signed up for this virtual summit, if you came in, you filled out our form, you have a free 2021 ISG guide already in your inbox. And so that should be a pretty easy question to answer. If you want to know the answer to that question as well, you can always go over to bkkkids.com / ISG, download the guide for free, and it's super easy for you to figure it out. So there you go. We had 4 questions. I'm going to leave it there so that, I want to reward those of you who, played along and, stayed with me through this entire virtual school summit. I can't thank you enough for participating. I want to thank everyone who gave us questions in the chat. I want to thank the schools that participated as well. I want to thank especially the individuals from the schools early on who came out and was on the live stage with me to answer questions and give their perspectives on why, their why for each of the schools. This has been a great effort. And I also want to thank my team, all of the people at BKK Kids who have helped make this possible. But that's all she wrote, folks. Thank you so much for participating. We really, really appreciate you taking part in our first virtual school summit. I hope that you take the opportunity to go look over, again, bkkkids.com / the 2021 virtual school summit. All of this information that we presented today will be on that website very shortly after this, after this presentation. And so please go and check it all out. But thank you very much, and I wish you a good day.